Are you here? Are you awake? The lights are preventing me from seeing your lovely faces. You got your coffee. I can see a bunch of coffee cups out there. So we can get started, right? Great. Welcome to Room 230. Welcome to WordCamp US 2019. We welcome you here to St. Louis. We're glad you're here. We do ask you a few things before we get started with the first session today is to please silence your cell phones or anything else that might make noises and be disturbing during the presentation. We're going to leave some of the seats up front here open for accessibility. If anybody needs any kind of accessibility assistance or anything special during this event, then you can come see our room monitor, Amy June, who's here somewhere, will be able to take care of you. There will be a Q&A after the session here today. Please use the mics, which will be running around. I'll have our assistant here running around at that time. We ask that you please hold off on your questions until the end. So if you've got an idea for a question, please jot it down on your phone, write it down on a piece of paper. We will get to you at the end of the session. And if you want to speak with the presenter at length, ask if they're open to continuing their discussion later. Somewhere at the support desk in the sponsor hall would probably be the best place for that. And then one more quick reminder, I bet you didn't hear about this yet, but we want to encourage everyone to come to Contributor Day, which is tomorrow. If you have never been to Contributor Day before and want to know what it's all about, please visit the Get Involved table in the sponsor hall or attend one of the sessions entitled Everyone Can Make WordPress Better, How to Contribute to WordPress. Newcomers are welcomed, no experience necessary. Contributor Day is an excellent way to get to know other people in the WordPress community. So with that, everybody buckle up, get ready for this bio. This is a big one. Dr. Sherry Walling will be our presenter here. She's a licensed clinical psychologist, the co-host of the Zen Founder podcast, and is the life force behind zenfounder.com, a consultancy that helps entrepreneurs tend to their mental health. Sherry has a PhD in clinical psychology, a couple of master degrees, and has been a researcher and a tenure-track professor. And to round out the geek credentials, she's been married to a serial entrepreneur for 18 years. Though not technically a WordPress geek, she loves hanging out with the WordPress community and sharing her unique combination of psychological expertise and years of experience in the startup trenches. Her book, The Entrepreneur's Guide to Keeping Your Stuff Together, bleeped out, came out in February 2018. When she's not in the consulting room or hopping around in conferences, Sherry can be found on her paddleboard, in the yoga studio, or doing her best not to break her own WordPress sites. Everybody, please welcome Dr. Sherry Walling.
Thank you. Good morning. You guys made it to 9:30. I'm super proud of you. Thank you for coming. Also, I actually can't see any of you. So if you want to move up closer, you're very welcome. I promise I won't call on you awkwardly or anything like that. There's no penalty for sitting up close. Otherwise, I'm just gonna assume you're out there in the lights. So I thought I would start by telling you a story about how I found myself crying, sobbing in the dentist chair. And we don't know each other, so you're just gonna have to take me at my word that I'm not a crier. Categorically, it's just not sort of the way I'm built. But I found myself having a moment because I was sitting in the chair and looking up at not one, not two, but 3 dentists who were all looking down at me and looking in my mouth and literally scratching their heads and being like, this is strange, which is really not what you want your medical professionals to be saying about what's happening with you. So I was sitting in the dentist chair because I'd had this toothache. And the other thing that you're just gonna take me at my word about is that I have never had a cavity. Actually, one time when I was 7, I had a cavity, but it was in a baby tooth, so it doesn't count. So I've never had a cavity, but I have this toothache. And so I'm showing up, I'm in the dentist chair, and they're looking at my mouth, and they're like, wow, you need a root canal. And I'm like, how is that possible? I've never had a cavity. And they're like, no, you need a root canal. And he's like, I don't understand it either because there's no abrasion in your tooth. There's no cavity in your tooth. So he goes to get his other dentist friend to just check and be like, this doesn't really make sense to me. Does it make sense to you? And I'm like, it doesn't make sense to me. Let's go get another dentist. So there are 3 dentists looking down at me, scratching their heads about the cavity that I don't have, but yet still have this infection in the root of my tooth that necessitates a root canal, which is very unusual. And I don't know about you guys, but I don't seek to be medically unusual. I would like to be medically very average, normal, uninteresting, absolutely boring. So the doctors are looking at my tooth, scratching their heads. I'm scratching my head. And they're like, well, this is very unusual, but it does happen sometimes when people are experiencing a high level of stress. They're more susceptible to infection. So the dentist says, what do you do for a living? And I say, I'm a psychologist. And they say, well, what's your field? And I say, occupational stress and burnout. And they're like, well. So I was, a few weeks prior to this moment, sitting in the hospital with my brother, who was very, very ill. And I was sitting by him, helping take care of him. And I grabbed a cup of coffee, not unlike this one, and I just full on took a great big gulp. And the coffee was very hot. So I got a burn in my mouth, which became infected, which moved into my tooth, which moved into the root of my tooth, which necessitated me getting a root canal without having a cavity, which is very unusual, and me crying in the dentist chair. And just pro tip, if you ever find yourself in this situation and you realize that you're about to sob in the dentist chair, it's really advisable that you take out those spacer things that hold your mouth open, because there's a deep lack of dignity in crying when your mouth is forcibly held open. Crying itself is difficult, but when you're when you can't even close your mouth, it's a different level of sadness. So what I was experiencing was a pretty significant level of burnout. And the fact that you're here at 9:30 in the morning on a Saturday makes me think that either you or someone you know has experienced some level of burnout before. And burnout is a tricky, tricky beast because it affects you in ways that are surprising. I didn't overtly realize that I was tired or sad or struggling. I just overtly realized that my tooth hurt and found myself in the dentist office having this very unhappy experience. And that's what happens with burnout. It's what happens when your mind and your body start to not work together well anymore. And you start to realize that all of the resources that go into making you the amazing, wonderful person that you are no longer available to you in the way that you wish they were. And you're very, very tired. And you don't quite have the strength or the energy or the immune system to do the things that you most need. And of course, no one is immune from these kinds of moments. I, in all of my doctory glory, have a PhD in this very topic, but it does not exempt me or you from these moments where it all becomes a little bit too much, and the strain of your work or your life or whatever it is that's on your plate can become overwhelming and create some kind of consequence. For me, a root canal that I did not expect and never saw coming. You're in this room because you make your living with your mind. You are a coder, a designer, a developer, something where you use technology to, get money to live and do your thing. But you are a thought worker. Your ability to be amazing at your work and at your life is very much based on the healthy functioning of your mind. And that's a lovely way to work, right? None of you are sort of pushing buttons in a factory. You are using your creativity, your ingenuity, your problem-solving ability, which is a fantastic way to live, but it also means that you are heavily, heavily dependent on the really healthy functioning of that great big organ right here on top of your head. And when that doesn't work well, everything begins to fall apart. And for those of you who are WordPress professionals, you are many things. You are a village unto yourself. So there are lots of roles that you play. Perhaps you're a creator. There's a creative nature to what you do. And I think, honestly, developers don't get quite enough credit for the level of creativity that goes into how they solve problems using a very specific medium of code, of technology. You're a conductor. You're pulling different pieces together to get a project done. You are someone who is coordinating lots of different things. You're probably working with clients. You're collaborating. You're working with other humans. So your day-to-day job requires lots of different parts of your brain, of yourself, to be active at a given time. And that, of course, makes your job very, very interesting, hopefully. But it also means that it's hard. It requires you from the inside out to show up as your best self, day in and day out, moment by moment. So a lot of my work is in talking with people who have high-intensity jobs about their mental health, about the ways in which this fantastic organ on the top of our head can be your greatest asset or can be the thing that makes life very, very tricky for you. And most of us live with lots and lots of demands. And most of us live with a lot of loneliness inside our minds, in the sense that we are having all of these demands, all of this pressure, all of these expectations, and we alone bear those burdens. We alone are responsible. We alone are the ones who are trying to do the best we can given all of the conditions or the challenges that are given to us. So the question isn't when a conversation about mental health is relevant, or it's not if a conversation about mental health is relevant. It's always relevant, because everything that you do in your professional capacity is very much based on your ability to be well in your mind, well in your body. And you know what it feels like to not be well, to have moments where you feel not quite yourself. You've seen people around you struggle with moments where they're not quite themselves. So the statistics on mental health, if you don't know, is that this is very much a part of our daily lived existence. That 1 in 5 American adults struggle with a mental health issue in a given year. That less than half of the people who are experiencing significant mental health distress don't get treatment. They don't talk to people who are well-trained to help solve those problems. They're trying to sort through those things by themselves. We know that depression is the leading cause of disability in the world. So if you are struggling to get work done, struggling to be effective in this amazing mind of yours, that it's highly likely that something like depression is the culprit, is the thing that's making it difficult for you to use your particular magic in a way that helps you to be productive in the world around you. And it's very, very expensive. When we don't talk about mental health, it costs us somewhere in the neighborhood of $200 billion a year just in lost wages and productivity for people who are well, interesting, creative humans who are not able to do their work because of the taxing toll that mental health concerns can take. And guys, it's not getting better. So you're here at WordCamp US, and so you're having a conversation around burnout, around mental health, here in a very sort of public conversation, which I'm so grateful for the organizers for inviting me to give this talk. Not because of me, but because this topic needs to be talked about anytime people are gathering. Because it's not getting better, it's getting worse. We've seen almost a 30% increase in the suicide rate since 2001. So things are not getting better. And among the people who are having the highest increase in suicide, you guys, are children between the ages of 10 and 13. When I trained in graduate school, we didn't even train in how to talk to a 10-year-old about suicide because it just didn't happen. It was so unusual, it was so rare. I never even trained to have that conversation. But that is the category of human that is experiencing one of the highest increases in suicidality. We can have a discussion at a different time about why that's happening. But for now, I just want to really use a little bit of a fear tactic to just help you be aware that this is such a deeply important conversation. So whatever sphere of influence you have, whether in your business or your family, I would love for you to be someone who feels really comfortable talking with people about mental health concerns. Especially in communities where we see higher risk for suicide. So 75% of people who commit suicide are men. We also see increased rates of suicidal thoughts, suicidal behavior among lesbian, gay, bisexual youth. So we can really think about who are the people in our midst who are most likely to feel outcast, who are most likely to feel lonely, who are most likely to feel like they don't have a place or their particular magic doesn't have a place to land. Those are the people who we want to have special eyes on, special care for. So outside of this more technical, more serious, conversation about, maybe not serious is not the right word, more diagnostic conversation about mental health, you have probably heard the term burnout. So burnout is quite common. 30% of American, and they've done studies in Europe as well. So 30% of professionals experience burnout in some point in their career. And burnout is kind of this popular term, especially within the tech world, like, oh, I'm kind of burnt out. Or we see it a lot in like Huffington Post articles and conversations about burnout. And what I want you to hear really clearly right now, and I'm going to say it like 18 times for the rest of my talk, Burnout's a big deal. It's not a fad, and it's not like a self-help trend. Burnout is a significant disruption in your ability to use that magical brain in ways that are helpful and productive to you and to the world around you. So when we talk about burnout, we're talking about, technically speaking, a state of vital exhaustion. That's actually the technical term for burnout when we look at the ICD-10, which is the International Classification of Disorders manual. If you would like a code applied to your psychological experience, that's where you go. So when we look, or we're talking about burnout, we're talking about a state of physical and emotional exhaustion. This is the sense in which you just don't have that oomph. You're starting the day tired, that no matter how interesting your to-do list might look, you just don't have the energy to get going. There's not a lot of momentum going on inside of you. And I think a lot of us know what this feels like, where we just kind of feel like, I can't get started. The second part of burnout is a sense of cynicism and detachment. And this is where we struggle with caring. We might find ourselves sarcastic or making biting comments about our clients or our coworkers, the people that we have traditionally cared about. We just can't muster the emotional energy to care well. So this comes out in biting comments, in sarcasm, in kind of snide remarks, in feeling very dismissive, in feeling irritated at the people that we serve, and feeling distant, feeling like we're not as connected or close as maybe we once were. And then the third component of burnout is a sense of perceived, so it's subjective, ineffectiveness. So no matter how hard we're working, we cannot recognize the gains that we're making. We cannot recognize the wins. All we see are the negatives. We have this sort of negative filter over our minds. And when we are living in burnout, it's like very, very uncomfortable, right? You know what I'm talking about? You sort of see how these things fit together. So not only do you just not have energy, you just don't care very much, and it feels like all of the energy that maybe you could potentially muster is for nothing because nothing is really effectively getting done. So it's this trifecta of misery that makes us really, really unhappy and also really terrible at our work. Burnout is important to talk about because it is work-based distress. It's caused by our occupation. It's built into the sort of diagnostic criteria. And burnout is really, really bad for our brains. So burnout has the power to change the structure and the chemistry of our minds. So we can look at functional MRIs, magnetic resonance imaging. We can look at them and see the difference between a brain that's burnt out and a brain that's not. We see different parts of the brain get smaller or get larger, and we see changes in the chemical sort of makeup of our minds when we live in burnout for a long time. And one of the, I think, most problematic changes is when we're living in burnout, we have an overactive amygdala. So the amygdala, I'm sure you've heard about it, it's this almond-shaped part of our brain in the midbrain that is very active in fear or negative emotion, basically. It's an important part of our brain. It's kind of part of the alarm system that says, okay, I'm not well, I have to make changes or do something or protect myself. So the amygdala is really important. But when it's overactive, we live in a state where the alarm bells are going all the time. So when you reach a level of burnout where you are solidly in burnout, the amygdala starts to get larger. It actually grows. We can measure the difference. And it's overactive. And when it's overactive, it creates strain on other parts of the brain. So the part of the brain that's really helpful in talking us down, in calming us down, is the prefrontal cortex, right up here. This is the part of us where we're like, okay, I gotta take a deep breath. I gotta manage how I feel. I'm getting a little excited. I'm getting a little overwhelmed, but I'm gonna talk myself through. When you're in burnout, the amygdala is large and overactive, and the connections between the amygdala in the midbrain and the prefrontal cortex right up here, the neurons that connect those parts of the brain, begin to wear and tear. So they decrease the efficiency with which we can calm ourselves down. So that we actually see some of the neurons begin to be disconnected and to die. And it's kind of this like tragic story, because the part of you that's most helpful in calming you down and helping you work out burnout is now less accessible to you because the alarm systems are so loud and overwhelming. And so you get this cycle where the burnout sort of perpetuates itself because the part of you that's most helpful is not very accessible. So it's a really, really tough cycle to be in, because all of us, right, we use our brains for our work. We're thought workers. We're people who rely on this amazing part of our brain for problem solving, for advanced thinking, for planning, for mapping out a project and thinking through all the details. That all happens right here in this prefrontal cortex. And that is less and less and less accessible the longer we persist in burnout. They really want to come in. And if that isn't bad enough news, that your brain is getting damaged, when you live in burnout for a long time, your heart is also getting damaged. So people who were in the top 20% of the burnout scale, this is a really large study that they did in Israel with something like 4,000 participants. So people who had high levels of burnout were almost 80% more likely to experience cardiac distress. Our bodies are not meant to live in a constant state of elevation. We're not meant to live in a constant state of stress. We're not meant to live in a constant state of exhaustion. And so many of us, because we are highly motivated, wonderful, creative thought workers, so many of us push, push, push far past the point that we should. And we are so bad, collectively, and I'm right in here with you guys, we are so bad at taking deep, meaningful rest to help our brains reset. And it's often not until we're in the dentist chair staring up at 3 dentists who are looking down at us, scratching their heads, that there's sort of this intervention moment where we realize, wow, why am I doing this to myself? Why am I pushing myself this far such that my body is breaking down, that my heart is affected, that my mind is not functioning super well? But this doesn't have to be the story. This doesn't have to be the path for us. The burnout, some of the mental health concerns that I talked about, those don't have to be the way that we exist all the time. That there are ways and things that we can do to actively prevent the possibility that we will live in burnout. And that is my end goal here. This is my game, is that if we can prevent this from happening in the first place, so much better for all of us. So much better for our healthcare system, so much better for our businesses, so much better for every single human who's sitting in this room. If we can try to figure out how to not get fried and burnt out in the first place. So, one superpower, we're going to do it right now in real time, is to practice regulating the distress in our bodies by calming ourselves down. So I know it's early in the morning, you're probably already very calm, But I've just given you lots of bad news about what might be happening in your brain if you're kind of burnt out. So let's practice. Feet on the floor, back against the chair. One of our best superpowers to help offset this pattern is the practice of regulating our emergency response system. And our best strategy is to take low, deep, slow breaths. Because when you think about what happens in your emergency response system, when you're in fight or flight, for example, you're breathing up here in your chest, and you're often breathing very rapidly, hyperventilation. But if you can move that breath down, you're sort of hacking the system. Your breath is telling your brain, all is well. So the way that we do this, I call it 4x4, nice and simple. 4 seconds in, 4 seconds out, nice slow breaths, 4 breaths. Doesn't take very long, less than 30 seconds, and it can really reset what's happening in your body. So you are welcome to close your eyes if you wish. If you wish not to, that's fine too. But what you want to do is really let your body settle into the chair, feet on the floor. If you wish to close your eyes, that's an invitation. And you're simply going to put one hand over your belly, like the palm of your hand over your belly button, and see if you can breathe in a way that moves your hand. So when you inhale, you're experiencing your belly rounding, sort of like there's a little balloon inside your stomach, which I know is not anatomically correct, but go with me. So you're inhaling and your belly rounds, and as you exhale, your hand moves in towards your spinal column. So you're deflating that balloon. So let's try it together. So inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 2, 3, 4. In, 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3, 4. In, 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3, 4. In, 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 4 breaths, 4 seconds in, 4 seconds out. Anybody notice a little bit of reset or difference? Yeah. So when we regulate our breathing, we are telling our brain about our own level of calm. And so purely shifting your attention to take careful, calming breaths is one of the things that can help regulate your body. And when you do it over and over, you don't necessarily move into that place of exhaustion because you're resetting quickly. If you can reset quickly and often, you can avoid moving into this place of deep fatigue, deep tiredness. So, more than just breathing, we have like 50 years of research about what causes burnout. This is the area of Christina Maslach at UC Berkeley. She sort of came up with this conceptualization of burnout and spent her career researching it. So we know what causes burnout at work, and there are 6 things. 1 is not enough support. It means we don't have the right people around us behaving in the right ways, where we feel like we're part of an effective, healthy, warm, functional team, where we either feel like we're in isolation or we are existing in a place where the relationships are really unhealthy and not helpful. Number 2, a lack of clear, meaningful goals. So this is that sense of effectiveness, like where we feel like we're showing up for work and we got a lot of things to do, but it's just not clear how we win. It's not clear what we're after, what goals are driving our effort. Too much work. I'm sure all of us can relate to this. Just purely a mismatch in the math between the things on our to-do list and the time that's actually really available to do those things. So it's our own expectations or the expectations of people around us that we can bend the time and space continuum to actually do more things than is humanly possible in a given amount of time. And a lot of us can be really optimistic about what's possible, which is lovely. I love that about us as people. However, it's really not helpful when we think about our mental health and our level of burnout to be overly optimistic in the amount of work that can get done in a certain amount of time. Number 4, we don't party well. We have few observable or rewarded successes. We don't actively take note of like, oh, I set this goal, and now I've accomplished it, and now I'm gonna have Cheetos and sit on the floor with my dog for a while. We don't note, we don't pay attention to the things that are going well and the ways that we're successful and then call them out and actively celebrate them. And when we don't do that, we don't let our brains complete this reward circuitry that we all love so much. We're all just really beautiful, advanced rats running the maze. And if you're a rat running a maze, you really want to get to that reward at the end. But a lot of us sort of believe about ourselves that we don't need that reward at the end. We don't need to finish the loop. But your brain really wants to finish the loop. They want a feedback loop. Your brain wants a feedback loop in which you can say, here's what I set out to do. Here's what I've done. And now I get my little pellet or my little token, my reward. I get to notice that I was successful. When we don't do that, that's a cause for burnout. Number 5 is limited control over our work. This is when we work, how we work, who we work with, the timing, the deadlines, the structure. And then finally, and most significantly, one driver of burnout is a mismatch between how we spend our time and what is actually important to us. It's a crisis of meaning. It's the existential part of our work, of how we spend our time and energy and whether or not we really value the projects we're working on, the things that we spend our time doing. When you exist for a long time, where you have a lot of things to do, but they're just not that important to you, you're not going to be able to do that for a long time. When you have a lot of hard things to do, but they matter a lot, you can do that for a long time. So it's not necessarily that the work is easy or hard, it's how valuable it is to you. Does that make sense? Yeah? It doesn't matter, I can't see you anyway. Okay, so I've told you lots of scary stuff about burnout. I've told you my scary, sad story about being in the dentist chair. And now I've told you what causes burnout. So let's flip it on its head and be a little bit more positive in saying, how do we prevent this horrible experience from happening in the first place? How do you personally prevent getting a root canal when you don't even have a cavity and there are 3 dentists looking down at you so awkwardly while you cry with a thing in your mouth? I don't want that experience for you. So, number 1, strategy to prevent burnout is to protect your relationships. I'm an introvert. I like to go it alone. I like quiet. Don't really like people that much. However, protecting healthy, kind relationships is the number 1 thing that you can do for yourself as a human. Whether we're talking about burnout or traumatic stress, the number 1 predictor of how well you are going to do when something hard happens to you is how connected you are to other human beings. You do not need a lot of friends. You need like 3, but they need to be good people and you need to trust them and let them love and trust you. So It's not super complicated, and my strategies aren't super complicated or maybe inventive. This is a very old story. All of us are very, very social creatures, even if we don't like to go to parties. We need connection and communication with other people. And so whether we're talking about work people or home people, the people that you went to high school with, your kids, your significant other, that is the best investment that you can make in your mental health, is to spend that time with those other humans, keeping those relationships strong and connected. Hands down, the most important intervention that you can do. And I can appreciate that that's tricky. It doesn't always feel like you have the right people around you, or you have time, or you know how to be close. I can appreciate that it's easier said than done. But if this is the only thing that you remember from my talk, this is the one thing I want you to hear. It is worth the effort to figure out how to do it. It is worth the therapy bill. It is worth whatever you have to do to figure out how to be well connected to a handful of folks, because that is the thing that will make the difference when you are starting to be in burnout or when you are experiencing something hard in your life. Relationships are the thing. So protect those relationships is the number one thing that you can do to prevent burnout. And sometimes that means that you are just spending your evenings commiserating about your crazy boss. Or sometimes it means that you are, hanging out with your WordPress buddies talking about the frustrations of the Gutenberg rollout. Whatever it is, just be with other people in the presence of your frustration. Number 2 is to set clear and meaningful goals. Lots of books about goal setting, lots of conversation about goals, but really the bottom line is that you have this brain that seeks completion. So when you can let your brain know, hey, here is what I'm asking of you. Here is the task at hand. And have that be very concrete and very achievable. This can mean that you have one thing that you do in a day, 2 things that you do in a day, that you have very sort of simple expectations of yourself, but that is known to you, that you intentionally say, hey, this is what I'm about today. This is what I'm going to accomplish. And that there's a tight timeline on those goals. Because, again, when you think about burnout, you think of this sense of like doing all of this effort for no observable benefit, for no reason. So when you have clear goals that you're trying to accomplish, and sometimes this can mean breaking really large projects into smaller bits, that you set these goals for yourself so that you are in kind of control of the feedback loop. It's also really helpful to stay very connected to the why of what you're doing. So I'm working on this site because it makes this person's business better. Or I'm working on this site because it's going to be used by teachers to better communicate with the parents of their students. Like, keeping a clear perspective of why it is that you are doing the thing that you're doing, more than, I got like 18 things on my task list and I just have to get them done. Remembering the human side of the code, remembering the human story behind the project can be really helpful to you staying connected to the reason that you are here, doing this effort in the first place. The other thing that is increasingly difficult, but increasingly important in protecting yourself from burnout, is really setting aside good, focused time to work. I can appreciate that we live in a very connected age, and I am a great fan of the internet. However, most of us have too often, with no clear time to let our mind really go, to let ourselves really think. So this topic is, when we think about what creates strain on us as professionals, it's often this expectation that we'll be able to multitask or to respond to Slack, to Twitter, to an email from a client. And while we're doing that responding, also be building some really elegantly designed site. When we put too much burden on how many things we can think about at once, our brains don't actually work that way. We think we're multitasking, but really we're just sort of fracturing our effort. So when we look at how human work is changing with technology, one of the things that we're seeing is that we expect our brains to divert quickly. We'll get a little buzz or a notification, and we'll think, oh, I'm just going to check that real quick. I'm going to stop what I'm doing and just check that real quick. It's not actually a real quick check. Our brains have to stop doing one thing, shift to another thing, and we stay in that second task much longer than we realize. And then we shift back to the first task, and we spend a lot of neurological time and energy trying to keep back up with the thing that we started in. So my point here is that we want to be really, really protective of how we focus our minds. So Cal Newport wrote a book called Deep Work, in which he outlines the science of this and all of the changes that are happening given our highly, highly distracted workplaces. And one of the things that you can do to just overall protect your neurological health is to give yourself uninterrupted time to work, which means turning off your phone, turning off the internet, turning off notifications, whatever it is that is sort of pulling at your distraction. Because the burden of shifting is exhausting for our brains in ways that we don't cognitively realize. And it's become super normal, but it shouldn't be, because it's really not helpful for our brains and for the ways that we work best. So when you think about how to prevent burnout, it means that you are carving out chunks of time in your calendar where you're just not available for email, for Slack, for all of the things, so that you can work thoughtfully. You can just focus. All right, number 4, party well. Celebrate often and well. When you set those goals, that you have ways that you like to celebrate, that you like to play. And this means that there's a little bit more lighthearted playfulness to your very serious grown-up job. When we learn how to celebrate well, that can be a dance party. It can be, like I said, a bag of Cheetos on the floor with your dog. It doesn't need to be highly, highly complicated. My friend Phil Jerkson, who is a WordPress dude, he had some specific goals for things that he wanted to accomplish with his plugin. And so he bought some bottles of wine, and each of them got a sticky note for what goal needed to be accomplished in order to open that bottle of wine. So that was his deal. And I think that's a really nice one. So whatever it is that sort of gets you excited, that you tie play, joy, fun, wine, whatever, to a specific work goal. Again, our brains love that completion. We love the circuitry. We love winning the maze. And so when we can rig the system so that we, A, win the maze because we have really easily accomplishable goals, and then B, we have a little party about it, our brains are really happy. Just, keep your brain happy. All right. Last way that we can really strategically and carefully prevent burnout, and we've talked about this a little bit already, which is to clearly tie the why, the meaning behind our effort, to what it is that we're doing. I said it already, we can really do very difficult things when they're important to us. But when we are constantly doing work that's not important to us, for outcomes that aren't important to us, is when we really get into trouble. So connecting the why. And maybe the why is so that you can have the freedom and flexibility of working from home or picking your kid up and taking him to soccer every day. The why can be related to your life, but the why has to drive why it is that you're spending the time and effort in this particular way. And to constantly articulate that to yourself is very, very helpful. So if you're already in burnout, which, hey, 30% of you probably are, there are some things that you can do to help reset your brain. And this is like a whole deep conversation in and of itself. So we focused a lot on prevention, but just to give you the nuggets, if you're already in burnout, number one, you really have to rest and reset your body. To reverse some of that neurological damage that I talked about, we're talking about 4 weeks off from work. Is sort of the minimum that it takes for the brain to reset. So I know that's not a popular thing to say, and that's not easy to do, but if you are really fried, if you're really struggling, you have to have deep rest. You have to take time away. Burnout recovery also involves a return to meaning, to introspection, to remembering why it is that you're doing this in the first place. It also involves that reconnection of relationship, restoring those connections, those ties, those deep relationships that help prevent us from feeling burnt out in the first place. And then finally, the pursuit of play and joy. This is my way of playing, which is to do circus stuff, which is super fun. So having things in your life that bring you a lot of joy and delight and are not necessarily tied to your job. So you guys, the conversation around burnout, around mental health more globally, is one of the most conversations that I think that you can be having with your family, with your coworkers, because these issues affect all of us. Even those of us that work in this field are not exempt from what it feels like to be completely drained and overwhelmed and sit in the dentist chair and have 3 dentists look at you while you cry awkwardly. So I'm glad that you're here, and I'm glad that we're having this conversation, and I hope that you will feel a little bit better equipped to talk about burnout with the people in your life. So that's all for me. I will be around, and I would be happy to talk with you or answer questions in the future. Thanks, guys.
Welcome. Room 230 people. We're better than those 240 people, aren't we? That's right. I haven't been over there, so I really can't justify that, but we'll pretend like we are. I want to welcome you to this session. Want to welcome you to St. Louis for WordCamp US 2019. A few announcements we need to make real quick. Please silence your cell phones or any other electronic devices that are likely to make noises. We don't want to interrupt or distract the presentation. We do want to please ask that some of the seats towards the front here are left open for accessibility. We do have some over here, so we're okay. Just we're going to make sure that we have some accessibility areas. Plus, if you do need any help in any way, please let us know. Our volunteers are sitting up here in the front. We'll be able to accommodate you in any way that we possibly can. There will be Q&A after this session if we have the time. So we do ask that you please hold off on any questions until the end. If we do have time for Q&A, then we will run microphones out to you so that we can capture the audio and the question will be easily heard. Let's see what else. If you want to speak with a presenter at length later, you'll be able to find her. She'll be able to tell you where she'll be found later on after the presentation. And we want to remind you to pick up your blue WordPress t-shirts if you haven't done so yet. They are located in the sponsor hall downstairs in Hall 1. You'll see a table in the back. Got a whole bunch of blue t-shirts. Just go up there with your name badge. They'll be able to look up and see which shirt you had placed the order for. And then finally, Contributor Day. I want to remind you about that. That is tomorrow. I'm sure you haven't heard about this yet. It's the first time ever. We know it's not the first time ever. It's tomorrow. If you've never been to Contributor Day before and want to know what it's all about, please visit the Get Involved table in the sponsor hall and or attend one of the sessions entitled Everyone Can Help Make WordPress Better, How to Contribute to WordPress. Newcomers welcomed. No experience is necessary. Contributor Day is an excellent way to get to know other people in the WordPress community. So those are all of my announcements. Now let's get to our featured speaker. Becca Rice is the head of product at SkyVerge, where they've built over 70 e-commerce apps, plugins, and tools to help e-commerce brands grow. She spends most of her time building Jilt, an email marketing platform designed for e-commerce and WooCommerce memberships, a tool for purchasing clubs, and one of the most popular plugins for WooCommerce. So please welcome Becca Rice.
Okay. All right, where do we go? So thanks so much for coming out today. Really appreciate all of you attending. So to give you a little bit more background about what I've done, I've worked with SkyVerge for about 6 to 7 years. And in that time frame, we've helped tens of thousands of merchants build e-commerce stores. We've built over 70 different e-commerce apps, plugins, and services. And not just in WooCommerce, we've also worked extensively with Shopify and with Easy Digital Downloads. So what I'm going to go through today are some tools and strategies that we've used to help merchants scale online stores from an initial launch where they've kind of gained some validation for their business to a point where their business is self-sustaining and gaining 6 figures in revenue annually. So today we'll talk about a few things. Why you should stop worrying and love automations, why they can be really impactful for e-commerce brands, how we identify the right opportunities for automation, and the most impactful automations that a store can use, as well as some best practices around them. If you run an online store, this should hopefully be pretty helpful for you, but if you're a developer or you run an agency, we'll poke at some areas where you can be delivering a lot of value to clients as well, in terms of how you can be helping them improve their businesses and how you can be looking at taking on more e-commerce projects as part of your own business. So with that said, before we actually get into the meat and potatoes of this talk, one thing that I always hear from people is, I don't know if automations are on brand. I don't know if that's going to be right for me or for my store, right? And a lot of time, especially merchants or founders, I hear this from. They hate automations, right? This is not for me, or this is for really large retailers, and this just isn't something that fits with my business, right? And I really want to challenge that assumption. Automations are incredibly impactful for micro businesses, for small businesses, for solopreneurs. But they're really important for any size company, especially an e-commerce brand. So regardless of what size of company we're talking about, automations can be a really impactful way for them to grow their revenue. So I think what happens is that automations get a bad rep, right? People look at automations and they think, this isn't going to be for me, because we all think of things like this.
Thank you for calling Air Canada.
Sorry, Canada.
For English, press 1. For flight arrival and departure information, press 1. To make a new reservation, press 2. If you have an existing reservation, press 3.
Right, you can't imagine how many times I've heard that, by the way, in the past few days. But that's what we think of, right? And that's terrible, to be honest. It's something that everybody hates dealing with, right? You think, well, you call in, you get an automated call system, and that's what we're talking about when we talk about automations. And that's not a good automation, right? It's not helpful for the people that it should be helpful for. So when we're looking at automations, we're not going to talk about bad automations, right? And there is a difference. What makes for a good automation? A bad automation is like this. It's impersonal. Why, when I called in Air Canada, didn't you say, we recognize your phone number and you have an account with us? So are you this person, right? Is this you calling? Automations should be personal, and they allow us to get personal in a way that we can't by hand or manually. So a bad automation is one that it's impersonal. A bad automation doesn't consider all audiences or parties involved. So that automation may help Air Canada, right, and it reduces their costs and overhead in terms of answering the phones, but it doesn't help me as the customer. A good automation is one who should help all users who interact with it. So if we're going to put a good automation in place, it should be impactful for me as well as the company behind it. Any automation that just focuses solely on time or costs without delivering value is a bad automation. So everyone involved with this automation should be getting value from it. In fact, you probably already use several automations. And so if you're a developer or an agency and you're kind of getting some resistance about putting automations in place for your clients, point out to them they probably already use several automations. So calendar reminders are a really big one, right? Almost everybody uses calendar reminders. I have my calendar reminders dialed up to 11. Right? I have them where I get a calendar reminder and it's hooked up to Slack so that every time I start a meeting, now Slack changes my status for me. Or to Harvest, where I like to track my time so that when I have a meeting, it starts a new timer for me automatically, right? Just so I don't have to think about these things. And most people are already using calendar reminders. They're already using order emails that are automated, right? When you take an order on your e-commerce store, you don't then send out a manual email with a receipt that says, hey, I got your order and I'm going to process it tomorrow and it's going to be sent by this shipping method. That would be ridiculous, right? I mean, it might be a really cool strategy if you get like one order a day to be really personal, but that's not something that most brands do. They already automate their order emails. They automate things like site backups, right? You don't log in and download all of the files from the site and the database every single day. That would be ludicrous. You offload that to your hosting company. You do that with web analytics. You don't watch Hotjar videos for every single person that comes to the website and manually categorize those interactions, right? So we already recognize that there are a ton of impactful automations that an e-commerce store can be using, and so we should continue with that trend and build on even more automations, not fewer automations. So if you get some hesitance around that, it's really helpful to point out here are some areas that you're already automating as an online brand, and those things let you do things that you couldn't do otherwise, and to scale up even further. So why are they so vital? If there is such a thing as a good automation, and we acknowledge that brands should be using more of them, why do you care? Well, I think that they're one of the keys to growing to over $100,000 in annual revenue. So to take a business from something that's maybe a side hustle or a hobby to something that's a self-sustaining company, automations are going to be key. There's essentially 3 ways that we can be growing an online brand or an e-commerce business. We can save time, save money, or sell more. And the great thing about automations is they can cover all 3 of these components of growing a business. They can help you save time, they can cut costs and save money, they can help you sell more to your customers. They're also going to help you scale. So one of the biggest things you can do when you're starting out, once your online store has gained some initial traction and you've got some of your initial customers validating that this idea is a good one, now you need to think about systems. And this is true for anyone in this room. So even if you have an agency, you need to think about your own systems, right? This is a big thing that we think about at SkyVerge. How can we build systems as a company to help us scale up past where we are? So automation is going to help you with investment. You're going to leverage tools, not team headcount, to accomplish things. So if you're doing something that takes you 5 minutes per day when you get 10 orders a day, that's not a big deal, right? But now what if we're trying to 10x your revenue? You can't spend 50 minutes a day on a repetitive task, right? So think about not just what you do right now, but what happens when my business 10x's? Can I keep doing this? And if you can't keep doing that at scale, then you're doing the wrong things. You need to think about offloading that. So we're going to think about tools, not just team members. That's going to help us manage the top expenditure for a small to medium-sized business, right? People, headcount, is the biggest cost when you're starting up a business. And that's not to say we don't want to hire people. We do, right? We want to create jobs. We want to create a bigger company. But we can't do that by paying people to do low-impact things, right? We need to let people do what they're best at, which is develop products, develop customer relationships. And we'll let the robots do things that they can do. We're going to think about lowering effort. So we're going to do less time invested in those tasks and simplify ongoing maintenance. When we can automate something, now it's not something that we just need to train people on constantly, right? Now that doesn't become part of the employee handbook that everybody has to learn. It's just something that's seamless and that can scale up over time. And automation is also going to help us with better personalization. There are many things that you cannot do by hand, even at a small size for your business. So how can we scale tasks in a way that's not possible by hand? And how can we differentiate a brand and the customer experience? And these are all things that we can use automations to do. Now, the biggest caveat that I hear from people is, this is expensive, it's for large retailers, this is not for me, right? It is for you. It's exactly what you need to be investing in when you're not making a ton of money from your store. So if you're going to invest anywhere, don't throw more of your time at it. Think about the way you're using your time and try to cut that out so that you can focus on the much higher impact things to be doing. So a lot of folks say, I can't afford this, I'm not sure if I can do it. Automation can be as simple as adding a direct integration just between two services and cutting out one step that you might be doing manually. And even if it's indirect, there are amazing tools for this, like Zapier or If This Then That can connect a couple of different services just to do something that you might be doing, by hand in the early days, so that that 5-minute task doesn't turn into a 50-minute task as you grow. And so even if we think about this purely from a cost perspective, let's assume that you do spend 5 minutes a day on something. You should assume that your hourly rate is at least $100 an hour if you're starting an e-commerce store. So if you're a founder, let's say that your hourly rate is $100 an hour, I spend 25 minutes a week on something, and I want to pay that back pretty aggressively in 8 weeks, right? What should I be looking at in terms of ROI for this automation? You should be able to spend at least $300 on this to get rid of that task. So even if you do something for only 5 minutes a day, it's worth at least a few $100s to take that off your plate, right? You're going to pay that back in 2 months. That's an amazing payback period on that automation. So think about these things that you do daily, especially things that you do on a frequent basis, and get rid of them. Get them out of the way so that as your company scales, you don't need them anymore. So is that worth a plugin? Of course it is. If this is a $99 plugin, I mean, hell yeah, we should be doing that all day, right? But even if we are only thinking about this from a cost perspective, I still think that's short-sighted, right? Because we're not thinking about the other part of growing a business. We're thinking about saving time, we're saving money. But you also need to think about selling more. So now let's think about that with those 3 things in mind. Potential growth is another part of this, right? You are actually investing, and you're going to get something back for that investment in terms of growth. So when you think about the fact that you might not be doing something right now to sell more that an automation might enable you to do, now we're not talking about a few $100s, we're talking about thousands of dollars. So as a merchant, if you're running an e-commerce store, these are absolutely things you should be thinking about, and this is where you should be spending your time and money. And if you're a developer or an agency, this is the kind of stuff you should be showing your clients to say, this is what you need to be doing to take your business to the next level. So I kind of think about it in 2 major ways. The first is we're going to improve customer experience. We're going to automate areas that help the customer and help us. We're going to save time, we're going to save money, we're going to sell more. That's going to help us with much better loyalty and retention. And then we're going to buy back employee time or team member time for high impact things. So we're not going to spend time on doing repetitive tasks. We're going to offload them. Once we've invested people capital in learning what we do, automate it and let people learn further and automate things even further. And spend all your people time only on high impact things. So that's the why. Let's talk about the when and the what. When do we automate things, and what automations do we look at different stages in the business life cycle, right? What to automate and when. So there's kind of a few stages here of online business growth, right? There's when a business is launching, when they're making up to $25,000 or so a year. This is something that's still your hobby, all right? This is not a company yet. So you might be getting a few orders a day. This is when you're trying to figure out acquisition and validate your idea. I'm not going to focus a lot on getting from 0 sales to, like, let's say $10,000, $25,000 a year. All right, there's a lot of great stuff written about acquisition. I'm going to assume that we're talking about going between those middle two things. That we've launched, we've validated that this is an idea that people care about, and now we're going to go to traction, right? How do I 10x this? How do I go from $10,000 a year to $100,000 a year, right? And then how do I go even beyond that, right? So you'll see that most online brands, they're not making a ton of money from their store. They're making $1,500 a year, $10,000 a year, right? That's when you're still just figuring out, is this worthwhile? But if you can get to that, you can get past that to 6 figures in revenue, now you're a self-sustaining company. And then we think about, how do we scale? How do we grow to $5 million in annual revenue or past that? And that's kind of when you stop being a small business, right? The US Census has good classifications for this, that it depends on employee headcount or revenue, but 500 people or $5 to $10 million in annual revenue, now you're a medium-sized business. So how do we kind of help you through that stage of being a small business and getting to that traction phase? So that's what we're really going to focus on here. And this is a kind of interesting graphic that I love from Shopify that sort of validates that idea, right? So when you're going from launch, when you're just getting started, you have no sales, you're focused solely on acquisition, right? You're just focused solely on getting some customers in the door and saying, is this a thing people are going to pay for? But as soon as you start to get some sales, look at how quickly that starts to shift away from acquisition. So as you go through what I call the validating phase, I don't really think gaining traction is accurate for that. As you get a couple sales per week, right? You focus on, how can I keep those customers with my brand? As you focus on getting consistent 1 sale per day, even if we assume a really small average order value of $30 per order, now you're making $11,000 annually from your store, all right? So this is us getting into that launch phase and going and starting to exit that launch phase. Now we've got an idea, people are willing to pay for it. Now look how quickly we shift over to retention, and really what I classify more as loyalty than retention. Right? Now as we establish a business and get past 10 sales per day, now we focus a lot on keeping the customers that have come to our brand. And once you've got 10 sales per day at $30 average order value, now you're making 6 figures. Now you're making $110,000 annually. So how do we go through those last couple phases here? Well, we're going to shift from acquisition, and we're going to automate acquisition, and we're going to think about retention. Even if you're not selling a consumable good, right, so something that people come back for and buy again and again, we want to think about retention in terms of loyalty. So let's say cars, for example, right? I don't buy a car that often. But when I do buy a car, that brand wants me to tell everybody else what I bought, right? So I'll tell you, I bought a Volvo. I never thought I would be a Volvo person, right? I love it. It's amazing. It was a wonderful car, right? And I tell, hundreds of people now about it, because it was great. So that brand wants to retain me as an advocate, even if I'm not going to spend more money with them initially, right? So we're going to shift our mindset then. That's how we're going to grow from launch to traction, is we're going to shift our mindset to think about our customer base and retaining them and keeping them loyal. That's going to help us build a competitive advantage. Loyalty is the key to grow from, let's say, $10,000 a year in revenue to $100,000 in revenue. We need to take automations, and we're going to leverage them to build that customer loyalty and to build retention. So we're going to look at automating a few things to do that. We're going to think about automating acquisition. So all those things we learned about getting our first customers, we're going to take those learnings and start to apply automations to them. All of our inbound marketing, we're going to automate how people move through our marketing and our conversion funnel with this brand. We're going to streamline advertising and the acquisition channels. So we're going to take everything you learned in the launch phase and try to pass it off to robots. We're going to automate customer loyalty. So how do we retain customers? How do we keep them consistently active with the site or with the brand in some way? And how do we build better relationships with personalized content and personalized customer relationships in a way that we couldn't necessarily do by hand? And then we're also going to think about internal processes. So again, how do we make sure that the people who work for this company are doing the most important things? Let's take processes out of the way that they don't need to be doing. So things like building customer segments and personas, thinking about order and inventory management, and gathering feedback from customers. Let's take all of these steps and think about how we can automate them so that we're building systems and we're ready for this brand to 10x. And so some of the things I'm going to throw in here as we talk about how to do this is some research that we did with Jilt, which is our email marketing app. So over the past couple months, I took a representative sample with over tens of millions of emails sent and said, okay, well, what do we do here in terms of conventional marketing? So of the bulk marketing emails we send, things like newsletters or sales announcements or product announcements, how much revenue per send do we get from that in comparison to the automated emails that we send with customers and engaging with them as they're going through the purchasing life cycle and the marketing funnel? And automations generated 12 times the revenue per send in comparison to a marketing email. Marketing email makes about 8 cents per send, and automation makes $1 per send. That is an insanely high difference. So automations can help you sell more and do it with less effort. So let's talk about how they do that. How do we put this into practice? How do we put automations in place that are going to be impactful for this business, that are going to save time, save money, and sell more? What should we be looking at? Well, we've got those 3 phases that we talked about. The first thing that we want to automate is acquisition. So if you're running a store, think about how you acquire your customers. What channels are you using? If you're an agency, think about digging into this with your clients, right? These are the 3 phases that you should be talking to them about in discovery and the questions that you should be asking them about their business. How do you get your customers? How do they come in and how do they convert? So things that pretty much every online brand should be doing. You want to help them automate. Building the email list is number 1, right? And this is something that you should hear everywhere, and not everyone still does it, right? Email is going to be your most impactful sales channel as a growing brand. Email converts better than organic traffic or paid traffic. Email converts better than social media, right? 4 times better than social media. It is your best engagement tool with your customers as you're growing. So collect marketing opt-in, and build a lead list for yourself. With every single person that comes to your store, you want to try to make sure you have an email so you can communicate with them and retain them in the future. So if you download my slides off of slideshare.net, slideshare.net/BEKARICE, these are all links to some helpful tools for these. So Opt-in Monster is one that I really love for that. It has a lot of integrations with different email platforms. We're about to launch one with Jilt, actually, and so they do a fantastic job with this in gathering opt-in from your customers as they reach your site. Think about shopping alerts, right? So start to personalize the acquisition funnel as people move through your site. So how do I tailor messages to customers to help them get through the purchasing funnel and so that I can get feedback from them? Think about things like live chat or push notifications, right? So when I land on a site, and let's say you sell a subscription and I land on that subscription pricing page, think about chatbots that say, hey, can I help you out with this? Do you have any questions about pricing, right? Or especially if someone spends, let's say, more than 2 minutes on that page. Maybe you should be reaching out to them and helping them. And that's something that you can do in an automated way pretty easily. So cart notices is great for this. That one's specific to WooCommerce. That's something that you can pop up notices based on what someone's done. Like, hey, you added this thing to your cart. Maybe you'd like this other thing. Or, hey, you have $40 in your cart. Add $5 more and you're going to get free shipping, right? Engage customers and automate helping them through your purchasing cycle. Or think about tools like Intercom, right, with live chat where you can do this. We use Intercom ourselves, and when someone lands on our pricing page and spends too long there, we say, hey, do you have questions about pricing? How can I help you out? And then also think about segmentation. So how do you segment your customers? How do you start to develop your ideal personas and identify who your best customers are? So can we tag people in some way based on what they've done, or use a CRM or email marketing platform that can do that for you, right? So for example, what we do with Jilt is we just scoop up all the data from a store. So what order history do people have? What customer behavior do they have? And then let you email based on it. Like, I just want to email everyone who purchased product A, and they'll let you do that, right? So thinking about these few things in terms of automation, these are areas you should be asking about in discovery with clients if you're running an agency. Tell me what you do for this. How do people move through your funnel? What does the typical purchasing life cycle look like? Then think about how you advertise. So you should automatically be syncing product data to ad networks, right? Automatically sync your information to Google, to Facebook, to wherever you're buying ads. If you're an agency looking to get into the e-commerce space, this is an amazing area for you to be thinking about. Most merchants struggle with things like Google ads or Facebook ads. They might spend $100 on it, not get any success, and give up with it. What they don't realize is that $100 was just the beginning. That was how you learned something. Now you need to go spend more money, right? So automate that process. Things like Google Product Feed, right? Make it really easy to publish ads and automate acquisition. Think about promoting sales, right? So every single person running a store in here, if you have not scheduled your sale for Black Friday, Cyber Monday yet, I will challenge you to do that today, especially if you're using WooCommerce. It's really easy. You can go under product data and schedule a sale for a future date, but then automate the promotion of that sale. Automate the emails that are going to send out at the same time. Automate a series of social media posts that are going to go out and recommend products that are on sale. And Buffer is a really great tool for that. You can automate posting to all of your social media channels in one single tool over time. And save abandoned carts. So when you get traffic and you're fighting and scrapping for every single visitor in the early stages of your business, make the most out of that traffic. This is actually what we started doing with Jilt. So when we initially built it, it was purely a cart abandonment tool because those are the most valuable emails that a store sends. So say, hey, you didn't purchase. Can I help you out with anything? Did you have questions? Were you concerned about shipping times? Let's try to make sure that we help you keep moving through that funnel. And this is one that, again, if you're running a store or you're a developer or agency working with stores, this is something that works with almost every single customer demographic and every single person should be doing. The reason I'm harping on it is because they are amazingly effective. And this is not made up. Again, tens of millions of emails that I analyzed for this, right? So I took a ton of data from everything we sent in Jilt. Abandoned cart reminders make $4.80 per send as an average across our entire customer base. So, thousands of stores using this. That is an insane number. So every visitor you get, every email you send out, about $5 in return on investment on that email sent. That's mind-blowing. Right? In fact, we already talked about how automations are 12 times as effective as marketing emails. Cart abandonment emails drive 4 times as much revenue per send in comparison to the average automation. So these things are extremely powerful and something that you should be thinking about in terms of automation. So when we went back to talking about don't think about automation just in terms of cost savings, right? Also think about it in terms of selling more. This is not something you can do manually by hand, but it is something you can do in an automated way that's going to make a very significant impact on businesses. And in fact, when we see small brands come to us and start doing this, they're usually bumping revenue 10, 15% just by adding this into their repertoire. So this is an area where you can deliver a lot of value as an agency, right? Show people that these are things you're not thinking about doing yet, but that we can do with automation that you haven't seen before. Then let's think about retention. How do we build loyalty with automations? How do we keep people with this brand for the long term to either purchase again or become brand advocates and refer other people to the brand? Referred customers spend twice as much as non-referred customers. So if we can turn people into brand advocates, we're going to build a more engaged customer base and we're going to sell more. So how do we build customer loyalty through this? Think about sending SMS updates, especially if you're working with brands that are not in the US. Right? In places where you may not have great bandwidth or using cellular data isn't as popular, emails usually aren't the way people communicate, right? Send SMS messages instead. So think about sending text message updates for order changes, booking changes, or store events. Twilio is a really great platform for this, right? It can help you automate a lot of different SMS messages. Think about how you welcome new customers. And so this is a big one. Tying back to what we talked about with automating opt-in, and automating, building a marketing list and an email list. That's not that useful if people don't hear from you, right? So you can build this email list and maybe you have thousands of people, tens of thousands of people on it. That's great. If these people don't hear from you, it means absolutely nothing. You're not getting any sales from it. So welcome new subscribers and new customers regularly. Use that email to gather segmentation information about customers and to help develop a persona that you're going to match against and use in your advertising. Really important out of this is to set communication expectations and encourage purchase. So I'm going to spend a little bit more time on welcome emails because they are amazingly important and incredibly underutilized. When I subscribe to a brand and I say, I want emails from you, email me. Don't be shy about it. I've told you I want to hear from you. But a lot of times we protect our customers from that. Oh, I don't want to annoy people, right? Okay, well, what I see is that much larger brands, they're emailing people every day. That might be too much, right? But a lot of times, small brands, they don't ever email their customers. They might email them every couple months, right? Don't do that. Set up a welcome automation and send at least 1 email per week, right? The best thing you can do with a welcome email is to set expectations for the future. Here's how often we're going to email you. Here's the kind of content we're going to get from us. Here's what you're going to see in the subject line or the from address. And if you don't want this, unsubscribe. Keep your list engaged. Right? So a welcome email is the setup. It's the alley-oop, not the slam dunk, right? But that gets every other email you send more likely to be read. So they're super impactful in terms of future sales, but most people don't make the most of them. Set up a welcome automation that for the first 6 weeks emails people once a week. All right? That's one thing that you could do to help your brand a lot, keep the customers that you already have, and to keep your email list warm and engaged, because frequency of email is a really big component of this, and most small brands do not do that well. And then also think about recommending products, right? So with Jilt, we do this a lot in welcome emails, right? We have a recommendation engine that will kind of say, here are some things that you're probably going to like and some products that you should check out. But you should also think about doing that on site. Automate cross-selling and upselling. And they're extremely impactful for driving additional sales. There's a really famous case study about this where once Amazon automated cross-selling products, they saw like revenue bumps immediately, like 10% for all those products they were cross-selling. Right? So product recommendations is also a really good plugin for this if you want to do it on site, but do it in your emails as well. So all of these are going to help customers find a lot more useful stuff. They're going to set expectations, and they're going to increase activity, which is our biggest thing. We want to keep people engaged with this brand. And in fact, email is the best way to do this. And it probably comes as no surprise for me, since I work for a company where one of the biggest products we built is an email marketing platform, right? So don't take it from me, take it from Shopify. If purchase frequency is the backbone of customer retention, then email marketing is the backbone of customer engagement and your retention toolkit. Email is so underutilized by many brands, and it's one of the biggest reasons where you can go from 4 or 5 figures in revenue to 6 by leveraging your most impactful sales channel. So some other automated emails that are going to help you build relationships. Reward VIP customers. So especially as you're working with a new brand. So if you're an agency and someone comes to you and says, hey, we got a little bit of traction, this is a side hustle though, we make $20,000 a year, how do we turn this into our full-time job? Right? Make the most out of their existing customers, but reward the people who have purchased more than once. So say, send a thank you email, send a gift, send a discount when people hit specific lifetime value thresholds. Hey, you spent $200 with our store. We're a new store. This is amazing. Thank you so much. We'd love to send you a free gift. Reply yes with what address you want us to send to. And also, would you mind writing us a review? Would you mind tweeting about this? If you tweet about it, we'll also give you a coupon off your next purchase too. Right? Reward loyalty and turn those people into brand advocates and lifelong customers. Think about order follow-ups. So you should always be following up after purchases in some way, whether that's welcoming a new customer, whether that's educating customers about the other things you do or about your products, or whether that's just asking for feedback so that you can improve your marketing funnels and improve your advertising. All right? One brand that I think did this really well that I was actually super shocked by is a company called Framebridge. And so they do custom framing for stuff. And I had bought this really cool print, and I wanted to hang it above my piano, and I could not find a frame I liked and something that worked with the kind of, the size matting I wanted. And I was like, yeah, I don't really want to figure this out. And one of my friends was like, oh, hey, this brand is really cool. They do this for you. You just send them your thing, and then they send you a photo of a frame, make sure you like it, and they send it back to you. I was like, that sounds amazing. I'm in. And so what they did really well is they used order follow-ups to bridge the most important gap in e-commerce, which is the gap between when I spend money with you and when I get the thing I wanted, right? That's what retail doesn't have, because I pay money in retail and I walk out with a thing, and I have it immediately, and it's really cool, and I can show people and I can tell people. We don't have that in e-commerce. So how do we bridge that gap with automation? So what Framebridge did for me was they said, hey, we got your thing, you approved it, we're going to send it to you now. Get excited. By the way, here's what we're going to send you in terms of hanging hardware, and here's how you use it. I was like, OK, cool. Now I know how to hang it up properly. And then, OK, hey, we sent this to you a couple days ago. It's going to be arriving soon. Here's some tips about how to properly space artwork in a room so it looks really good on the wall. So here's some things you should think about. Maybe measure this so that by the time your thing comes, you're ready to hang it up. I was like, oh, actually, that's helpful. Let me make sure this wall does have enough room to do this. Maybe I should rearrange my whole living room instead. Right? What brand can make you re-question all of your decoration? That's pretty powerful. Right? And then the day I was getting the thing, it said, hey, you're getting this. To hang it up, here's the tools you're going to need. And remember, here's those tips we sent you a few days ago, too. And this was so beautifully executed that I now tell people about this brand. And when everyone's like, oh, yeah, I want to hang this cool thing I got up, I was like, oh, yeah, I sent that to Framebridge, and they framed it for me. And it was really nice, and it was a great experience. So think about how you can educate customers. A photo frame is not something that I would have thought about as an education opportunity, but they did it in a really creative way through order follow-up emails that were super impactful. And then think about re-engagement. So once someone has purchased from you, Think about how you keep them active with your brand. If that's leaving a review, if it's giving you feedback, if it's sharing your products, or if it's purchasing again, especially if you sell consumable goods. So if you sell coffee or you sell things like clothing where people should be purchasing again, you should be sending them emails to re-engagement. Okay, so you should say, hey, I haven't seen you in a while. Here's some new stuff you might be interested in. Why don't you come back and check us out? And if you're emailing them once a week and making sure that your emails are being read, you're going to have a much higher success rate at re-engaging folks with your brand, right? So why do I harp on these three? Going back to those tens of millions of emails that we looked at, there is some really cool stuff about these automations in particular that make them pretty high performance. So rewarding VIPs and thanking your earliest customers as you're growing is amazing. VIP reward emails are opened 68% of the time. That's 81% higher than the average automation. So they're opened almost twice as much as other automated emails. Most people think, oh yeah, order receipts are what everybody reads, right? Order receipts are opened 65 to 68% of the time. A reward VIP email is opened more than an order receipt. So more than the thing that says, hey, you just like clicked place order, here's your stuff, and that's like read a lot of the time. Rewarding a VIP is opened even more than that. So they're super engaging emails for your customers, and you should be leveraging them. People are going to read them, and they're going to come back and engage with you. Think about your post-purchase emails and replenishment emails. So they drive 2 times the revenue per send in comparison to the average automation. So if we're saying, how do we sell more via automation? What's most impactful? Those are the ones to think about. And in general, automations are both opened and clicked about 3 times more than marketing emails. So while it is important to send newsletters and sales announcements and to engage your email list, just sending bulk newsletters is not necessarily the best way to do that. You should be doing that with automations because of how impactful they are. So a lot of that is focused on automating your acquisition and automating your customer relationships and retention. And then the final thing we should be thinking about is how we can automate process. And again, for the agencies and developers in the room, these are all really great areas for you to deliver a lot of value to clients. And process improvements are another one where you can say, hey, you have Stockholm Syndrome. You do this thing every single day for 10 minutes, and you don't even think about it. The world doesn't need to be this way. It could be different, right? You don't have to do this thing. I can automate it for you. The challenge is this is the hardest part to know where to automate things, right? Because every business has so many different workflows and so many different things they do that it can be tough to kind of have a one-size-fits-all thing. So while you can try to systematize this as an agency, it's going to be more complicated. But you can deliver a lot of value in custom projects here. There are a few good areas for you to be thinking about, though. So if you're looking to automate processes, one of the first things you should look at would be think about low-impact tasks, right? So what are things that a merchant may do frequently or every day that doesn't deliver a lot of value to them or their customers, but they just do it because it has to be done, right? Especially if that thing takes medium to high effort. So look into their workflows for these things so we can say, I'm just going to take that off your plate, and you're going to think I'm amazing for doing it. Likewise, if you're the merchant, you don't have to do that. Get professional help. You can get all of that off your plate. So the first area to look at is product management. How do people manage and update their product inventory? Right? What happens when you get a new package of stuff from your supplier? What do you do with it? Ask them to walk you through that process. Okay, how do you count inventory? How do you make that inventory available on your website? Because people don't have to do those things, right? So ShipStation is a really cool tool for that. They do inventory management. So especially if you're managing inventory across a couple different websites, or you're taking inventory that you're selling in person as well, use a tool like ShipStation to help you out with that. Also think about low stock notifications and ordering new inventory. So this is one thing in WooCommerce that most people don't think about. You get low stock notifications when you say, hey, there's only 5 of these left, right? Just to let you know. Send that email to whoever you get inventory from. Say, hey, I need more of this thing. Send it to me now, and then I don't have to worry about placing new purchase orders for inventory, right? Automate these processes. Or there's even WooCommerce fires a hook for you when you do that. So if you're a developer, you can even, you could send an API request out to something else using that hook. So you can automate the whole inventory management process in a pretty cool way. Also think about product pricing and product data. What happens when we need to update the price or description or something like that? Are you pulling that from an external source? Maybe I can be scraping that for you. Maybe we could put it in a spreadsheet and I pull that data into the site automatically for you, right? So dig deep into the product management processes because these are all really low impact tasks. A human does not need to do this stuff. So as an agency, think about how you can help with that. And if you're a merchant, I hope this gets you excited, right? Because you can work with someone to do this for you. Shipwire is another really cool tool for that. They do outsourced fulfillment. So you just even send them your inventory, and then they send it out to your customers for you. Kind of like Fulfillment by Amazon, but a private version of it. Next, dig into order management. So again, if you are working with merchants, this is another process where you're going to have to ask them a lot of questions. Fulfillment is like the single hardest thing in e-commerce, right? And it's very different, and it varies widely from brand to brand. But think about how you can help them with shipping labels. So WooCommerce shipping is a really cool example for this, right? What I see for a lot of folks is when they get their first few orders, they pack everything up in boxes, and they take it to USPS, and they stand there in line with all these packages, and then they ship it out. That is a ridiculous thing to do over time, and I hate doing it. When we send out care packages to our team, and I'm standing there in line with packages, waiting for UPS to print labels for me, I am miserable, truly miserable. You can automate that. Right? Take shipping labels and print them automatically, right? And we're actually doing this for our team now when we send things, because I print the label at home, slap it on a box, and I can just go drop them all off, right? So merchants don't have to do that. And then you could even help them automate pickups, right? Now we're just going to get USPS to come to you once a week and pick up all your packages and send them out. Think about managing tracking numbers. So can we put direct integrations in place with UPS or FedEx so that these tracking numbers just get imported into your store automatically and sent out to your customers automatically, so you don't have to worry about all that bookkeeping? How do we think about exporting orders? So can we send them off to a fulfillment center or a drop shipper or something? We have a plugin that does that at Skyverge. It's called CSV Export, where when your orders get placed, we just say, yeah, once a day or twice a day or whatever you want. We'll take all the new orders and send them off somewhere for you. It's pretty neat, right? Also think about asking for product reviews and feedback. This is one of the order automations that people use a lot at Jilt, which is how do I get feedback from people? How do I get reviews so I can build social proof on the website? You can automate a lot of that. This is one of the most challenging places for you to automate things as a developer or as an agency, but it can be one of the highest impact. So this is a really good area to focus your discovery on as well. And then think about customer differentiation. So analytics and reporting. Almost every single e-commerce store has Google Analytics set up. You want to guess at how many people actually know what to do with anything they've tracked in Google Analytics? It's like 1 in 10. I don't know what to do half the time with stuff I've tracked in Google Analytics, right? It's an absolute bear to figure out. And so if you're an agency looking for a niche, this is a really great one, right? Can I automatically draw some business insights for you or tell you how to use that data that you've gathered, right? It's a wonderful niche for someone to get into. So how can you automate analytics and reporting? How do we improve business intelligence and identifying your customer personas for you so that you can sell more and improve your advertising? That's a great area to think about automation. Think about different pricing, right? So a lot of merchants will do wholesale, for example, and then they'll be giving people like discount codes or telling their wholesalers to submit purchase orders or spreadsheets. Don't do that. You can do it all on the website. This is one of our top use cases for WooCommerce memberships, all right, which is one of our biggest plugins. Wholesalers say, hey, you're a wholesale member, so now you get 10% off everything on the site. And now I don't have to give you discount codes or purchase orders. You can just put whatever you need in your cart there, and you get your discount, and you're good to go, right? So ask people, if you are a developer or an agency, how can I help you with your product management? Walk me through it. How can I help you with your order management? What happens between customers placing an order and that package getting to them? Tell me about that process. And then tell me about how you differentiate between your customers and how you analyze your business, because I can help you figure those things out too. And if you're looking for help and you're looking to scale up, these are all the things that help you go from I'm selling a few $1,000s a year to now this is my primary thing and this is a business and this is my company, I'm going to grow it. So to recap, we want to think about automations in terms of being key for that growth. How do we use them to sell more? How do we use them to save time and money? And how do they help us get ready to scale via systems so that as we 10x something, we don't 10x the amount of time we spend on it? And then we should be focusing on acquisition, retention and loyalty, as well as internal processes. So we're going to automate each of those things based on what we learned from the launch phase. We're going to automate loyalty and retention so that we have a dedicated customer base who keeps coming back and is going to help us kind of build the foundation on which we're going to scale this business. And then we're going to seek automations and internal processes so that we free up employee time and that we can move on and really make these things impactful for a merchant who's trying to grow and to make this into a growing small to medium-sized business. So with that said, we got a few minutes for questions. And again, if you want my slides, they're on slideshare.net. You can download them. They're all there for you, along with some helpful links there. Yeah, so I think we can dive into some of these. I do have one rule, actually, for questions, is that please make sure you think it's valuable for at least one other person in the room. And if it's really specific, that's totally fine. I'm going to stand out in the hallway out here afterwards, and we'll chat one-on-one instead.
Hi.
Hi.
So some of these practices, do you think that they will work the same for, like, our business is B2B? So I think a lot of this is like B2C marketing, but will these work just as well for B2B? Are there any special tips you have for that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so especially with B2B businesses, what we find is that a lot of the times what you're selling them is intended to help them grow their business, right? And so what you're doing there should be sending them a lot of content and ways they can use your products and leverage your products to sell more. So I would say it's even more important for a B2B business to be doing this and building those relationships.
So a lot of times we're finding our communications are going to not end users or decision makers for purchases. So when we're automating these or when we're setting up automated emails, tips for tailoring that information to not end users?
The welcome emails are a big thing. So when you do that and you say like, hey, you made your first purchase with us, right? What's your role in the company? And use that to segment the emails you send. So if I'm the person using this software now or product or whatever it is, I'm going to get emails that tell me how to get the most out of this product. But then maybe in that welcome email, I also ask you like who's in charge of purchasing for your organization, give me their email, and I'm going to send them different stuff. So persona identification and segmentation is going to be your best tool to do that. That one's right in the light. I'm going to be blinded trying to look at whoever's back here.
First, thank you. I really appreciated the presentation. It was amazing. You mentioned in the beginning the bad experience with calling on the airline.
Poor Air Canada.
Yeah, I think a lot of us can relate to that. A lot of websites have automated chat boxes. What is your take on that and the customer experience with, I don't know if that's automation.
Yeah, I think chat's usually done poorly, right? So it can be amazingly impactful when you think about how can I deliver value with this. So can I use some of the information about the customer, like maybe some of their browsing behavior, and like give them a targeted chat message. Context is everything. So I don't want to land on your site immediately and say, hey, how can I help you today, right? If I get a chat message popping up like immediately that has no differentiation and knows nothing about me as a customer, that's when it's bad, because you can't deliver value to me yet. You don't know anything about me, right? But if I see you viewed maybe our top 3 products, or you clicked on a particular banner, or you've done something and engaged with our site, now I can try to make some guesses about you. So for example, if you visit the refund policy page, right, I should be asking you, hey, have you placed an order? Do you need help with this? Like, how can we help you? We want to make sure you're happy with our products, right? So I think chat's one that gets much maligned in the same way that automated call systems do, because it's not personal. The key is to make it personal and then to deliver value with it. We had one up here.
Okay, this will be the last question because we are out of time.
Hi. You mentioned about the VIP reward email about retention 68% more than the regular transactional email. What is the typical headline, subject line look like for that kind of email?
Yeah, it depends on your brand and the kind of customer you have, but a lot of the time we see folks do something along the lines of, hey, we wanted to thank you for your loyalty, here's a gift, right? So do something in the subject line that tells them why they should be opening that email, because a lot of the time you might be sending them like a thank you gift or a discount, and so you'll say like, make sure you tell them thank you, and then what's gonna be in the email, and it ends up being pretty powerful because they say like, you spent $500, thank you, we have a gift. Makes those, tremendously engaged and opened. Okay, I think we're good to go. And thank you all so much again for coming, really appreciate it.
Welcome, WordCampers. How are you? Welcome to Room 230, WordCamp
hello.
US 2019, St. Louis. We had the air we were pumping the cold air in from St. Louis just a minute ago. Hopefully it's starting to warm up for you. Wanted to give you the full experience while you're here in town. Let me give you a few announcements before we have our speaker, John, starting here today. We ask that you please silence your cell phones or anything else that might make some disturbing noises during the presentation. We'd like to keep a few of the seats in the area up front here open for accessibility needs. And if there is anything that you need, even if it's not accessibility related, please let us know. The volunteers we're sitting up here in the front corner will help you with anything that we possibly can. There may be Q&A after the presentation if their time allows here, but please hold off your questions until then. We will run a mic out to you so you can be recorded and the speaker can hear your question clearly. So please hold off those questions. You might want to make a note as to what your question was, either on a piece of paper or on your smartphone, your laptop, tablet, whatever you're doing. In the interest of time, let's see, move on to number 7 here. If you want to speak with the presenter at length, ask if they're open to continuing the discussion later at the support desk in the sponsor hall, or just check with John after this because we're going to break for lunch afterwards. I want to remind you also to pick up your t-shirt, your WordPress t-shirt, that is also in the sponsor hall downstairs. Don't forget to get that today before you leave. And you haven't heard about this yet, but the Contributor Day thing is going on tomorrow. First time you heard about this, right? Yeah. If you've never been to Contributor Day before and want to know what it's all about, please visit the Get Involved table in the sponsor hall or attend one of the sessions entitled Everyone Can Help Make WordPress Better, How to Contribute to WordPress. Newcomers are welcome. No experience is necessary. Contributor Day is an excellent way to get to know others in the WordPress community. Again, that is tomorrow. Now on to our special event here. John Quach is a principal designer at Automattic and specializes in design systems, animations, and UI. Give it up for John.
Yay. Thank you so much. Can you folks hear me okay? Can you hear me okay? Yeah. Okay, cool, because I can't hear myself. Alrighty. Well, hello WordCamp US. So cool to be here with all of you wonderful WordPress people. My name is Q, and I am a principal designer at Automattic. And today, I am going to be talking about design systems. Just a heads up, there will not be any live coding during this talk. In fact, there's not a code snippet in sight. So you can take notes if you wish, but also feel free to close your laptops and relax. Any resources I mentioned will be linked to and be available at the end. So I'm very excited to be here today at this conference and in this room filled with a diverse set of people with a diverse set of skills. Designers, engineers, product, marketing, branding, QA, and more. A room full of crafters, like myself. By the way, crafters is a term that I'm borrowing from my partner. She works at Shopify, and that is the term they use, and I think it's wonderful. It's very spiffy, very friendly. So at Automattic, I get to work with crafters to improve user interfaces and experiences for WordPress, Gutenberg, and also Automattic products. I've only been at Automattic for about 4 months, so I'm relatively new. A pneumatician, as the folks at Automattic would say. They have a lot of fun words. But I've been a WordPress user for over 10 years. In fact, WordPress was the thing that inspired me to get into this whole design and dev thing to begin with. So I feel so incredibly humbled and honored to be here with all of you today, sharing and talking about the ways that we can work with and improve UI within the ecosystem and platform that has helped me and so many people around the world. I believe design systems are important. They dramatically transform the ways that crafters, teams, and organizations create user interfaces and experiences. And if you've never worked with one before, I can understand how complicated and overwhelming they may appear to be. And I say this as someone who's worked on several design systems, and I've even created a couple on my own. So today, I'm going to introduce you into the world of design systems, help you understand what they are, and share insights and tips on how you can successfully navigate your way into working on one. Simply put, a design system is a tool to help you create things consistently and efficiently. Despite having design in the title, they aren't purely about looks and feels. They're also about process and having resources to help your team design and build things. And the things that you design and build make up the interfaces and experiences for your product, be it an application, theme, plugin, or site. And if you think about your current design and development, can you identify any gaps? Are there any inconsistencies when it comes to your UI? Are certain user experiences janky or hard to use? If you can't, then you're in a fantastic spot. I am jealous. And to be honest, you probably don't need a design system. Whatever you're doing right now works. However, if you notice that drop-downs aren't working quite right, inputs and buttons look different all over the place. Front-end features take longer and longer to develop and build. Your application as a whole feels fragmented. Having a design system will help resolve those issues and make your app feel more cohesive. So I stumbled into the world of design systems years ago, by accident really. I was looking for a solution to help with the pain and the frustrations I felt with fragmented UI. I started off as a designer who didn't code. Maybe dabble in CSS here or there, but nothing really substantial. I was doing a lot of designing for WordPress themes and plugins. And because I didn't code, I needed to hand things off to a developer so they can build it. And there's an interesting thing that can happen in that exchange. My designs weren't built quite right. The designers in the room have probably been there. I know. The experiences were off. Parts were a little bit janky, and oh my goodness, why does a button turn purple when I click it? As I progressed in my journey, I learned how to code. Turns out, coding is neat. Coding is fun. Sometimes coding is hard, but that's what Stack Overflow and Google is for. I eventually transitioned from the worlds of WordPress, themes, and plugins into the world of products and applications, where I focused on designing and developing front-end experiences. That was a big, big change for me. Coming into it, I didn't know how different these two worlds were, because at the end of the day, they deal with the same things. Front-end code, back-end code, databases, designs, experiences, internet-y things, I suppose, and of course, users. The biggest difference, though, was just how staggeringly complex products and apps are compared to traditional WordPress sites, at least from my experience. Many surfaces, many interactions, layers, APIs, files, and of course, old ancient bits of code that just happens to be rendering everything you see on the screen. And no, you can't refactor any of that because that would take like 6 years. And Jimmy, the guy who wrote it all, he left 2 years ago. And no, Jimmy didn't document anything. So I adapted and I did my designing, both in Sketch and in the browser. Figma wasn't invented yet. Still, I had to hand things off to developers. Things were going to be different though. We were using the latest and greatest technologies and tools for doing front-end UI stuff. But by the time the engineers were done implementing my designs, things weren't quite right. The experiences were off. Why did we redesign the table here, someone asked, and oh my goodness, why does the button turn purple when I click it? And it kept happening again and again, feature after feature, cycle after cycle. That purple button kept coming back. Now, I'm not blaming anyone. These suboptimal and stressful experiences weren't because people didn't care. Quite the opposite. These people cared deeply about their craft and their work. And it wasn't because these people were bad at their jobs. These people were very good at what they did, and I have a lot of respect for them. There was just something missing. Many things missing. The most important one is that we lacked a common fundamental understanding of how our user interfaces worked. Not just with certain micro experiences or views or sections, but as a whole. We didn't have a way to clearly communicate design or interaction concepts. We didn't have documentation, tooling, or even reusable code to construct these interfaces and experiences. At least not in a way that made people feel good about themselves. That's when I started looking into design systems, and that is when it all clicked. So prior to my talk, just now, who here has heard of the term design system? Oh, would you take a look at that? All right, so who here is interested in using a design system? Whoa, man, that's awesome. And who here is already using a design system? Awesome. So here's what we're going to do. Me and all the folks using design systems, we're going to help everyone else. And now everyone's going to use a design system, and everyone's going to be happy. Cool. Let's create a design system. But how do we do that? So if you try researching design systems nowadays, it's very easy to get lost in the details. Folks on Medium rave about the latest design tools and techniques. Others showcase a series of beautifully rendered screenshots of color palettes, typography, grids, and so on. And when you dive into the engineering world, oof, they talk about things like modularity, scalability, composition, encapsulation, packaging, a whole heck of a lot of buzzwords. It's all very overwhelming. Where do you start? Taking a step back for a moment, as I do this physically as well, we have to understand why we're building a system in the first place. Yes, it'll make your products feel more cohesive. And yes, it'll help ensure that all of the buttons in your product uses a very specific hand-chosen shade of mystic blue that represents your brand oh so beautifully. But these are the results of why you create the design system. The reason why you create a design system is to empower the people that will make all of this happen. Design systems aren't meant to be used by the end user. They don't care what hex code your brand is. They don't care that your button has been implemented 17 different ways under the hood. Something they do care about is if your app was hard to use. Interactions and flows don't look or work right. The people who do care about the hex codes and other implementation details are your people and yourself, because it affects you directly. The direct users of your design system are you and your crafters. Look at them go, slapping hands, they're so happy. These people are your teammates. Stephanie from engineering, Curtis from product. These people, these wonderful people, are the users of your system. And your design system, in many ways, is a product. And your product is designed to help these people do their jobs better. Your design system is here to help these people kick butt. And if they already kick butt, well then, your system will help them kick butt better. Together. Faster. So the key to working with design systems is to understand the major pieces and how they fit together. In my opinion, there are three major pieces: design, code, and content. It all starts with the first piece, design. Design represents how your product looks and feels. This often takes the form of pattern libraries, color palettes, and design assets. What colors do you use? What fonts do you have? How do your user interfaces look? How do you space everything apart? How do you combine and blend these things together? All of this falls into the realm of design. Design also encompasses how your design files and assets are managed. If you use an application like Figma, this can mean how you organize and label your layers and design components. By the way, design components may be called something different depending on the app you use. For example, in Figma, they're known as components. Inside of Sketch, they're known as symbols. The idea, though, is to create a master version of your design element, which can be referenced and reused across multiple artboards, pages, and documents. Previously, I had worked on a design system alongside an extremely talented designer. I was doing the code bits. When he was creating the many symbols within Sketch, he said to me that he felt like he was coding, but instead of writing code, he was using shapes. In a way, he wasn't far off. By thoughtfully creating and organizing your symbols, you're defining the foundational pieces of your UI. You're working through the logic of what these elements are, how they work, how can they be combined together to create larger things. And you're also creating a library of reusable elements. Plus, by using something like design symbols, any updates you make will change across all of your designs. This is extremely useful when making wide sweeping changes like, I don't know, dark mode. The next piece is code. Code represents how your products are built. This often takes the form of component libraries or CSS frameworks. How do you build all the stuff you've designed? This is really important because you can have the best colors, fonts, and UI designs in the world. But unless they make their way into code, Unless they make their way into the hands of the users, then they're basically concepts, ideas for what might be eventually, maybe. And remember how I talked about remember how I talked about components in design. Code has components as well. Code components are your UI pieces, your buttons, inputs, cards, tables, the building blocks for your interface. Just like design components, your code components are to be constructed in a way that allows you to reuse code when building UI within your app. This will save you a bunch of time, as you don't have to go rebuilding things you've created already. And trust me, you don't want to go rebuilding a drop-down every single time. I've been there. It's not fun. And speaking of components, there is an important detail in this. You have to recognize that your components aren't a specific piece of code or a specific layer inside of Figma. They are concepts. They are labels that represent something between your designers, devs, and your team. Under the hood, they will be constructed very differently from the design side and the code side. That's just the nature of our work. But the fundamental understanding of what these things represent, how they should look, feel, behave, a shared understanding amongst your team, that is what a component is. As you define and create more and more of these components, you'll start developing a vocabulary of parts so that when you say, hey, we need to have a button group at the very top that controls the inner tabs of the accordion, everyone will know what you're talking about. By the way, did you know what I was talking about when I said button groups and accordions and things? Look at that, you're all design systems experts already. And the last piece is content. Content represents your brand's voice. This often takes the form of brand guidelines. How do you apply your brand's voice and tone? How do you communicate actions and intent through messaging and in-app copy? As a designer dev, I can say that this last piece is often neglected, which is unfortunate because in addition to providing a unified voice, having clear messaging helps tremendously with user interfaces. I'll give you an example. Let's say you have a flow for a user to cancel an account. They click on Cancel Account. A dialog pops up. Bloop. Are you sure you want to close your account? You have two buttons, one that says Cancel, the other says Close. Which one do you pick? I have no idea either. It's a little bit of a silly example, but it's a good one though, and it's real. Just Google Cancel versus Close. Nielsen Norman Group, they have an article where they talk about this very thing. Having good, consistent content will reduce confusion due to poor messaging and labeling. Not only that, but it enables opportunities to connect with users in a meaningful way. For example, your app, reminding you that you are awesome for completing a flow, or wishing you happy birthday. Friendly, personalized copy can go a long way. And now that we have our pieces, we need something to bind them together. And that binding element is process. Process is there to help develop, nurture, and reinforce these best practices. It ensures your design components are created and thoughtfully organized, in that your code components look like how they do in design, and that in-app messaging is on brand. It encourages your crafters to work together. It fosters and supports ways for you to evolve your existing designs. Design, code, content, and process are the fundamental pieces that make up a design system. So let's pretend you already have a product, theme, plugin, or app, something you've already built and launched. Let's say the past 6 months have been a little bit brutal. The project your team has been working on has been delayed. Front-end development is taking longer than projected. QA keeps reporting buggy dropdowns and modals, things you swear your team fixed like 2 years ago. 2 years ago, wait a second. Jimmy, it's fine. Anyway, product keeps pushing back. It's taking your designers longer to do redesigns because there are so many screens to redo, and they don't have anything reusable. You don't have a lot of time left, so you do what you can. But for the next cycle, you know something has to change. You learn of a thing called design systems, and you want to implement it to fix some of these problems. After doing your research and doing some experimentation, you decide you're going to go for it. You're going to do it for realsies. Before you start anything, though, before you write your first line of code or create your first design asset, you must first get buy-in. And depending on your position and your organization, This may or may not be easy. Regardless, it's important to start small. By nominating an upcoming project or something that enables you to build your system alongside your feature. Brad Frost, author of Atomic Design, describes this as a pilot project. If you do need to write a proposal of some kind, share your experiences with your previous project. Explain how your team's output and morale may have benefited from a design system. Once you get that green light, you must then get everyone involved in working on this feature to agree to use the system. The system will only work if you use it. Brad has an awesome walkthrough where he describes creating a design system in his talk, The Technical Side of Design Systems. I highly recommend you check that out. Again, links will be at the very end. I'm going to focus specifically on the beginning stages of your first pilot project, because there are a lot of important details that need to be considered. The most important detail would be integration. Integration is often the most difficult aspect of a design system, and by integration, I mean, how will your team use your systems stuff with your existing stuff? Design systems are often created and worked on separately from the main product. That's why starting small is so important. It allows you to focus, identify, and resolve gaps and challenges as early as possible. Challenges like, how do we ensure that colors are used the same everywhere? Do we have coded components for these designs yet? I've experienced a scenario where a design system was created mostly in isolation. Many crafters pouring many hours and over many, many months working on this thing. Code, one of the core pieces, wasn't something that was considered until the very end. And by that time, unfortunately, it was much too late, and the system was never implemented. Don't do this. Your system and your projects have to have a strong relationship from the very beginning. This will allow for your system to be adapted and to grow. Cool, let's get started. First, create a centralized location for your system, a place where your team has easy access and the ability to add and edit content. To be honest, it can start off with a simple GitHub repo with a single README file. Second, design and document together. Usually, a project starts off with design. They either receive a project spec or they come up with one. As a designer, the moment you notice anything that resembles a design pattern, add that to the README file. It can start off with something as simple as, use these 2 fonts. Click here to download those fonts. By doing this, you would have prevented a designer from maybe accidentally adding a similar looking font to your designs, or, better yet, prevented a developer from adding another font to the code base. By going through this exercise, it forces you to think about your designs more deeply. When working with fonts and colors, look through your existing designs and see where and why certain sizes and colors were used. You may find that you've accidentally accumulated 21 shades of blue when you only really meant to have 3. You may have 9 different header sizes when you only really wanted to have 4. By doing this initial audit, it allows you to clean up and simplify your designs for your initial pilot project, for your system, and for the rest of your application. And already with fonts and colors, you may have already hit a little bit of a sticking point. What the heck do we name these things? I think we can all agree that naming things is really, really hard. I struggle with it all the time, personally. I struggled with it yesterday. The easiest way to work around this, though, is to collaborate with your teammates. Figure out a naming pattern together. Draw inspiration from other design systems. How do they do it? Is it header, heading, or title? Do you spell small like S-M-A-L-L or S-M? Do you call the main color you use primary or brand? These very early interactions are really important. It encourages your team to participate in discussions that they otherwise would probably have no part in if they were siloed. It provides them with context. It provides opportunities for team members to contribute to something that can have massive impact on the project, the system, and the app beyond their area of expertise. It helps your teammates feel heard and valued. And there may very well be a scenario where you have 3 different answers from 3 different people. That may explain why the colors and the font sizes have fragmented the way they have in the past 9 months. And in this case, I recommend assigning a decision maker, someone who can make the final call in case everyone has competing ideas. And as you jump into Figma, start making design components for elements that start appearing more than once. With UI, it's typically things like inputs, buttons, headers, cards, and nav menus. Let your team know what components you've created. Document them down. Include screenshots and explain how they work and how they can be combined together. And you may be surprised. They may come back with a scenario that you've never thought of. What should the search input look like when it's searching? What if searching fails? What copy should it say in these scenarios? Work with your team to figure that out. Update your designs, components, and documentation. And continue to create and refine these design components as you start creating and building the larger interfaces for your feature. Third, develop and test early. As your designer is auditing, refining, creating, and documenting, your developer can do the same, but with code. As a developer, you can create the code that mirrors the ideas and structures that exist within design. Create variables or data objects that map to the font sizes and colors. Check out your existing code. See where you can audit, refine, and refactor to create the code components that match the design components. And you may not be working directly with the feature you need to build yet. Instead, you'll be working on the pieces. And when it does come time to build that feature, oh boy, you'll have enough UI code to seriously kickstart your way into production. And by going through this, there is a good chance you may be duplicating some stuff, but this is temporary, and I believe the trade-off is worth it. Because in this scenario, the duplicated code is intended to replace the older implementation. As long as you do this, the older, harder to work with janky code will be replaced by your carefully crafted components from your system. And at that point, you can just delete the old stuff. Figuring out how you can develop and test these pieces will be essential. It is highly recommended that you create a dedicated UI development environment of some kind, separate from your application. This will allow you to really focus on just the pieces. It's also easier to code, reload, and test things. One of the more popular solutions is Storybook, which supports a handful of front-end frameworks. A simple version of this, though, would just be to create a couple of HTML files with CSS and JavaScript. If you're familiar with CodePen or Code Sandbox, the experience would be similar to that. Once you have some code that you're happy with, test how that code will integrate into your current application. How will you import your files? Will your styles conflict? If so, how can you work around that? How will you compile things? It's important to resolve these potential issues early because the last thing you want to do is to put weeks and weeks into something, only to realize last minute that it's impossible to integrate into your current application. Speaking of which, one thing I need to touch upon is your current tech stack. If you take a look at many design systems out there today, especially the ones published by big companies, Polaris by Shopify, Base by Uber, Evergreen by Segment, Primer by GitHub, you will see that every single one of these design systems is built upon a little thing called React. Maybe you've heard of it. Now, don't get me wrong. I love React. I love that it's driven by components. I also love WordPress. As of today, WordPress is not built on React. Some things are. Gutenberg is one. Some third-party plugins and themes are evolving to adapt React. This is all fantastic, but we're not there yet. And some of us don't need to use React, and that is okay. By looking at online examples, one might assume that in order for you to create a component-based design system, you must first adopt and use React. This is absolutely not the case. I mean, if your team is currently using React, then great, build it in React. But some folks aren't. Some folks are using Bootstrap, jQuery, Tailwind, maybe some homegrown PHP or CSS solutions, maybe all of the above. And that is absolutely okay. The main thing is to recognize and respect your current technologies, tools, and frameworks, and start designing processes and resources for what you have now and what you can do today. Otherwise, you may run into a situation where the technology gap between your app and the design system is just too large, making integration really, really hard. Fourth, build. As soon as you're ready, start building your feature. There may be a chance that your designer has finished with all of their screens for your project. As a designer, instead of completely moving on to a different project, continue building and refining your components and documentation. They may not be used right away, but they'll likely be used for your next feature. While you're doing this, stay close to your current project team. They may come back with roadblocks, maybe an edge case that no one has thought of, or a flow that needs to be readjusted because it's going to take too long to code. It's important that you are there when these things pop up. Work with your team. Come up with solutions together. There's a huge difference between that and a, all right, I'm done, not my problem, kind of handoff workflow. A collaborative workflow makes all the difference in the world. And as a developer, as things start to come together, get feedback from your team. Let them know that it's a work in progress, right? But mention certain things that you would like for them to test out. In doing so, you may notice little things in your UI that may be off. Maybe the links should actually be buttons. Maybe interactions are causing unforeseen accessibility issues. Don't dismiss these issues, because if you do, over time they'll compound, resulting in a fragmented experience. The exact experience that you're trying to fix with this whole design system stuff in the first place. Also, by going through these issues, it makes things like accessibility part of your design and development workflow rather than an afterthought, or worse yet, forgotten about entirely. Given time constraints, I understand that it's not possible to address all these things at once. Talk about it with your team. What can you do now? If not now, what can you do later? And during early collaborative testing, you may notice gaps in your workflow. Typically, in order for you to test things out, you have to have a dev environment of some kind. For new features, you may have to check out certain branches in your version control or do database migrations. As a dev, this workflow is already a little bit tedious, but for non-devs, this workflow is an absolute nightmare. Running Docker or Vagrant with random global scripts and dependencies. Oh, wait, your brew is out of date? Well, update it. Well, your terminal is exploding with permission somethings. Try running sudo, maybe. I've seen this happen a lot. It's demoralizing and, in my opinion, a little bit unfair to ask of non-devs like designers and product. Making things easier to test is crucial, not just for non-devs, but for everyone. Having an easier testing workflow increases the chance that people will actually test out your stuff, resulting in a feature that's more polished, more cohesive, and less buggy. With that said, resolving dev environment issues is often a huge undertaking. However, there are clever workarounds though. Remember Storybook? Previously, I experienced Storybook become so ingrained in my team's workflow that entire features and applications were built in Storybook. We had a pull request workflow where, upon creation, it would generate a dedicated Storybook build that could be viewed from a public URL. Any changes we pushed, Storybook would just rebuild. No dev environment whatsoever. You can just go in and poke at the feature, and you can even do it on your phone. When development was done, we just needed to plop the now fully built, fully tested feature or app from Storybook into the main application. Wire up some bits and bobs, and we were done. Like, let's ship it. Done. Fifth, iterate. Along your journey, your first steps into design systems, you would have already learned a lot. You would have identified many opportunities for improvement. Your team would have gained positive momentum in designing, building, and testing UI. Keep refining, keep building, keep this momentum going. And sixth, evangelize. Carry your momentum forward into the next feature you build. Continue working on adding and refining your design assets, code components, best practices, documentation. Continue collaborating and supporting each other. Spread the word. As your system gets more and more embedded into your product, your momentum, quality, and output would be impossible to ignore within your organization. Others will want to get in on that action. Welcome them in with open arms. Proudly show them your design components that you've thoughtfully handcrafted. Proudly demonstrate your code components and how you can build and test UI at speeds your org has never seen before. Proudly talk about the ways you work, how you work with your resources, documentation, tools, and with each other. And you should be proud, very, very proud. You and your team, the original pilot project team, you and your team have created the foundations of which future front-end interfaces of your entire organization will be crafted. You've cultivated a creative culture around collaboration, thoughtfulness, and systematic thinking. You've created a system that empowers crafters to do their best work. A system that improves the creation and experiences for your product. A system so good that crafters choose to use it because they genuinely want to, not because they were told to. A system, a one-of-a-kind design system, your design system that you have created from within. Design systems are important. They dramatically transform the ways that crafters, teams, and organizations create user interfaces and experiences. They empower crafters to create the best experiences for users. And ultimately, that is why we do what we do, to make things better for people. Thank you all so much. And I want to give a big shout out to the folks at Extra Credits for giving me permission to use their art style for my slides. These are the links that I promised, and I think we have some time for Q&A. And if not, feel free to reach out to me in the halls, and if you can't find me there, my handle is itsjohnq on Twitter, GitHub, and the WordPress Slack.
Does anybody have any questions?
Cool. It's actually very hard to see because the lights are blinding me.
We're interested in starting to work with more formal design systems.
Yes.
And a roadblock in moving forward is there's a feeling, you kind of alluded to it, about React being kind of necessary in order to do it right.
Yeah.
And there's also kind of this assumption that if you're going to do this, you really, to make it worthwhile, you need to have like automatic integration where you update your design system and it automatically updates your applications.
Yeah.
And that, how common is that? Is that a goal worth striving for?
Yeah, I would say so. So automating things like builds and using React and all that kind of stuff, if that is where you want to be at, that could be like an end goal thing. That's not a barrier to entry. You don't start off with that stuff. Like I mentioned earlier, you should look at what you have not right now. Because, for example, if you're on something like, I don't know what you use, jQuery, Angular, or something else that's not React, then building it in React doesn't make sense. You're not able to integrate with it. And in terms of automation and tooling, that kind of stuff, it complements the experience you have with your design system. But it's not necessary for you to get started. See where the biggest pain points are for your devs or for your designers in building your stuff. If automation and tooling and all that stuff really is the biggest pain point, then that could be something that could be resolved. But typically, from my experience, it's just a communication thing. Devs think differently than designers and vice versa. So figuring out ways to help them communicate better and work with each other, that is like a lo-fi way of getting started. And I feel like that's a very effective way to get started. Hopefully that helps.
I have a question.
Yes.
This is a newbie question.
Yeah, sure.
So I work on the development side, and you work more on the design and UX side. So just very quickly, give me your elevator speech on Storybook. I don't know what the product is.
Oh, yeah.
And I would like to know. So.
Cool. Storybook, elevator speech. So if you're familiar with CodePen or CodeSandbox, if not, it's fine. It's a thing that lets you build a button, a table, or whatever completely by itself. And you can look at it and you can poke at it. You don't need to fire up your application in order for you to see your button. You can just see your button in a browser. And when you do code updates or anything like that, it live updates. That's what Storybook is. Yeah. Yeah, something in the back. I need to stop doing this. It's not helping me.
Yeah, sorry, all the way in the back there.
Yeah.
So I was wondering if you have any insights on design systems. I've worked with an agency where we do a lot of smaller websites for a whole bunch of clients, and we had a lot of issues. I was working like UI design.
Sure.
A lot of issues collaborating with developers, and so we were trying to build an internal design system that kind of turned into more like sort of standards because we were having difficulties scaling it across a lot of clients. Do you have any insights on that?
Yeah. So in terms of scaling things, that's like a different kind of aspect of design system stuff. And also the communication you mentioned between designers and devs. The most effective way for me, from my experience, to do this is to identify the lowest common thing amongst everything. What is something that designers and devs fundamentally understand? And from that point, and also for your agency stuff, what's something that's common amongst all of these different sites? And then identify the larger pieces, the larger points. What are the gaps? What's the thing that's missing from connecting between a designer and a dev to understand how to work with this stuff? And what's the difference between your design system for site A and site B? And then you start working to build those connections. And this can be a process thing, it could be a tooling thing, or a code thing, or whatever it is. And once you do that, the gaps, you'll notice, will start to shrink. But it's important to start at like the more foundational layers and work your way upwards. That's what I found to be the most effective. Hopefully that helps.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Yes, someone over there.
Thank you. I as well am new to design systems.
Sure.
The question is it specifically for devs and designers for the documentation? So full service agencies do that as well as videos, let's say, right? So documentation, footage, storing footage,
Yeah.
angles, aperture of the film and things like that, scripts. Does, what is it, you said Primer and Basecamp, are they compatible with that as well?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, in the context of WordPress and online SaaS products, all that kind of stuff, design systems are used to bridge the gap between how designers and developers work together. But that's just inside the context of WordPressy kind of website kind of stuff. But the ideas can be applied anywhere, really. If you're working with video, if you're doing audio for podcasty kind of stuff. It's just a way to, it's a tool to help many different people be aligned of how you work together. What you name your stuff, where you organize your things, what you should do, what you shouldn't do. All that can be applied to anything that you do, really. Hopefully that helps. Yes, there's someone on the front. Hi there.
You mentioned before you can start doing this, you have to get buy-in.
Yeah.
Do you have any suggestions on how to go about starting that process?
Yeah, it's tough. So this is from my personal experience, from my experience in my previous company. And again, this is different from company to company in your personal experience. What happened was I needed to create something initially so that I can show them, like, hey, I built this thing. I used this thing with a collection of code components to build the initial iteration of this prototype. And also, we're starting to use little bits of it to build something else. Look at how effective look at how helpful it's been so far. Like, it's helped these teams move faster. Would you like for me to continue working on this thing? So it's like I needed to show them first. That might be something that you have to do. Or if you're just working with like your friend, maybe you can just say, hey, I'd like to build this thing. And they'll be like, cool. So it depends on your situation. But sometimes, at least from my experience, you gotta build something and you gotta show them. Show them the value in a way. And that's easier for you to get buy-in. And depending on where you work, you can use words like deliverable. They like words like deliverable.
Anybody else?
Yes, someone at the front.
Can you just switch back to the slide with all your links? Because that was up
Sure,
for like
sure,
1
sure.
second.
There we go.
Thank you.
Yes, take pictures of the slides. Awesome. Again, oh, wait, someone in the back.
Can you share an example of a situation where you like came across like maybe kind of a hairy problem that your team needed to solve, and like how you went about doing that?
Yeah. So this touches upon a little bit on the dev side. I apologize. So CSS it's an interesting thing. And previously at the thing that we were building involved an embeddable kind of thing, similar to an intercom or any kind of thing. You visit a website, you see a little question mark and something pops up and go like, hey, how can I help you today? These things are typically rendered in iframes. So coming up with a component things in React with styles, how do we effectively render these components inside of iframes, not inside of iframes? How does all this stuff even work? So what ended up happening was we looked at a technology that existed that fulfilled 90% of the use cases, except for iframes. So what I needed to do was I actually forked that, I copied that code, and I made my own version of it. And I added iframe support, and that solved the problem for us. So that is like one of the hairier things that I needed to do. But once that happened, the devs were able to move on and not ever think about CSS loading in iframes or anything anymore. That was a non-issue. They can just get on with their work. So yeah, that was the hairiest thing I think I had to work on. Man, writing CSS compilers and all that kind of stuff. Don't do it. I don't recommend.
Okay, we got time for one more.
Yes.
Hi, thank you for the talk.
Thank you.
So in my understanding of design systems, a lot of design systems are very specific to the product, like with buttons and everything.
Sure.
And components. But I work in an agency, a really small agency, where we build a lot of different websites.
Yeah.
Is it possible, do you think, to build one design system that we could use across all the different products and websites and everything?
Yeah, absolutely. So in my opinion, within the world of web things, the most successful design system that is out there right now is Bootstrap that was originally created by Twitter. Everyone has used Bootstrap in some capacity at some point. I think that's why a lot of us raised our hands when I was like button groups and buttons and accordions and things like that. They've established patterns and provided code that's accessible for people doing agency stuff, building web applications, and so on. So it's definitely possible. You just need to find the common thing, like I mentioned earlier, that allows for you to do this. And also whatever code or whatever it is you need that will work in all of these various platforms. That's all. So yeah, it's definitely possible.
All right, let's give it up for Q.
Yay, thank you so much.
If you'd like to speak with him any further, catch him, take him out to dinner or to lunch. Speaking of lunch, we all want to hear about lunch, right?
It's time to
Lunch
eat,
is the
yeah.
same location it was yesterday. If you go out the hallway, go down the escalators, and then keep walking, you'll see the big room off to your left.
could trickle in. I know lunch just ended, but we've got to get started. My name is Beth. I will be your host today. And a few things before we start. If you can make sure your cell phone is silent. If you're in the end of a row, consider moving into the center. Make sure people can get seats. If you have accessibility needs that we might be able to assist you with, or any other questions, our room manager is right up here. Please feel free to grab him and let him know what you need. In the interest of time, please hold all questions until the end of the presentation. If you would like to speak with our speaker at length, you can find him after his talk. Make sure you pick up your WordCamp US t-shirt. It's at the swag table in the sponsor hall. So when you walk in there, it's in the very back corner, diagonally opposite from the door. Tomorrow is Contributor Day. Please come. If you're sitting there thinking, well, I'm not really a developer, what do I have to contribute? The answer is there's lots of choices. Feel free to come and find me in between the talks, and I will happily tell you how you can contribute at Contributor Day. All right, so those are the logistical things I have to say. Now for the more exciting part, our presentation. This is K. Adam White. He is a senior engineer at Human Made, where he leads teams building modern enterprise-scale experiences on top of WordPress. He is also excellent at JavaScript. He is a component maintainer for the WordPress REST API and a longtime open source contributor. He loves misappropriating what he knows about JavaScript and data visualization to make, quote, strange art, per his bio, though I question what art is actually strange, if not all of it. Okay, when he's not online, you can find him strolling New York City with a camera, enjoying iced coffee with friends, or playing video games. All right, here we go. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Beth. All right, so I figured we'd start with an icebreaker. Everyone turn to the person next to you and find the thing you disagree about the most vehemently. Actually, definitely don't do that. We are living in a very, very polarized time, and we tend to focus on the things that the sort of intractable differences that we have. And regrettably, I'm afraid that tonight I'm not really going to be talking about what to do when people sass you on Twitter, like my manager here. I'm going to be talking more about some of the other ways that we can actually harness our disagreements and our differences to try to be more productive as we work together. I will say briefly that the first and foremost thing that I would bring to any sort of interaction online is to always assume good intent, because by and large, when we get down to an individual level, certainly within an excellent, open, and welcoming community like this, most of us are here just because we're trying to do something that we think is interesting and valuable. And if you can figure out what it is that's making someone say one of those sassy things, like, for example, from a supportive manager, who I do believe to be supportive, so I'd like to read this in the best of terms. If you assume good intent, then the one thing that I would say about these sorts of interactions is that it might keep you from making that snap judgment and snap back. I let other people do that for me. Disagreement is a positive consequence of having a diverse community. When we have people from all sorts of different backgrounds, we have more of a composite picture of what we are trying to accomplish and the ways in which we might go about it. We're able to look at those problems that we're trying to solve as a group and come up with more interesting or innovative solutions because we have perspectives from all over the world, different types of background, different types of anything. And this talk is going to be about how we can keep our teams from focusing on, things that enrage us. This is the only slide of code in my talk. That's very unusual for me. But it's going to be trying to focus not on the petty arguments that we're prone to as humans, but on how we can actually put our heads together and how we can try to make sure that we're making the best use of the people around us. Because we're all primed to recognize differences. No one has ever sat up suddenly and say, oh, it's the same temperature it was 5 minutes ago. We say oh, it got cold or it got hot. We only notice those things. Our actual senses are hardwired to detect change more than consistent sameness. And so things that are different from what we expect and things that are different from how we are used to doing things stand out like a sore thumb or a leading comma. but they're not necessarily always a bad thing, although this, I would argue, is. The question that we are here to answer is these 4-digit numbers that we encounter, or 5 or 6, these thousands and thousands of issues and possibilities and problems and bugs and things that we could be working on. If we sat down with a repository like Gutenberg, and this screenshot was taken at the beginning of the month, I'm sure the numbers have changed, probably gone up and down in the interim, we would never be able to sit down and work through all of these in a productive and time-effective way. There's just too much to do. So how do you actually figure out what it is that you want to accomplish? How do you make sure that you're using your time effectively? It's difficult for us sometimes in the open source community to identify productive ways of working together across distances through Slack and chat. But there's actually a lot of study that has been done going back decades around how to make groups of people effective when they're working towards a common goal. So this talk, I'm going to look a little bit at how decisions get made within a company project or a corporate project, and compare that to some of the ways and some of the difficulties that we have in the open source community, and look at how we might be able to improve our own policies and learn from these organizational psychologists and studies that have been done in the business space to steal and borrow where appropriate and find techniques that might help us at least identify the root of some of the disagreements that we have. In a company, we usually have some mandate from management or a client. Like I work at HumanMade, we're a consulting company. We're brought in, at least my team is brought in to solve people's problems. This usually entails the person who is hiring us to have some sense of what their problem is and what they want to solve. That tends to be the goal. It might be making their site more performant. It might be making it more accessible. It might be making it more easily internationalized. But the project as a whole orients around and focuses on a specific goal. That goal is broken down into individual tasks that we represent with roles that people take on. And someone might wear several different hats over the course of a project, but the roles are relatively clearly defined. We tend to have project managers, product owners, technical leads, developers. These roles all take different tasks and own them and make sure that they get done to move us towards that goal. And we keep ourselves coordinated by consistently using processes that encourage us to iteratively and regularly check in and make sure that we're all still working towards that same goal and that we have managed to move the product forward rather than simply rowing in different directions. Because if you have two people that are both working towards completely different goals, neither one is going to be achieved. If this is all beginning to feel like a reductionist framework designed in a laboratory to analyze the productivity of a business, you are correct. These goals, roles, and processes are part of a model of business that is known colloquially as GRPI, or GRPI. It was a toolkit developed in the 70s by a researcher named Richard Beckhard, and it's been part of the Six Sigma methodology. It's something that's been around for quite some time, and it breaks down a team's productivity and effectiveness into these different categories, and it's kind of a hierarchy of needs. The notion is that you would start with the goal, and the goal is paramount. Everyone must be aligned on the goal in order for the team to be able to be maximally productive. That goal then requires different roles. You have different tasks that must be achieved in order to move towards that goal. Those roles have processes to ensure that they work together productively. And finally, interpersonal relations and inter-team conflict has to be resolved in a constructive manner. We have to have good trust, and we have to have clear communication channels and clear feedback mechanisms. Excuse me. I was first introduced to this method, this model, at my first actual full-time job out of college a number of years ago, where I was working for a travel agency, and as part of my welcome packet, I got this little laminate card. And it had a set of questions divided into goals, roles, process, and interpersonal relationships. And what we would do at the end of each meeting was whoever was facilitating the meeting would actually pull out one or two items from this card and do what we called a finger shoot, where everyone's sitting around the table, maybe 4 or 5 people, engineering team, or some like small group of leadership folks. You'd say a question like, if you can't read that, the one on top is, there's maximum use of the different resources of individuals on the team. It's a relatively concrete question, And in the context of the meeting, which would usually be around figuring out what we were doing next or breaking down the upcoming sprints, we would do a finger shoot, as in on a count of 3, 1, 2, and then you'd throw down 1 for I disagree with this, I don't think that we're doing this well, 5 for I think we're doing quite well, 2 for some disagreement, and 4 for some agreement. No 3s in order to force people to push themselves to make a decision one way or the other. And if this sounds a bit culty, it definitely was. I thought that I was really kind of like, really, this is a weird thing we're doing with this little, everyone treats this card very highly. But it did work. Excuse me. It did work in practice, and the first time I saw it really, really productively change our course was on a meeting that we were having around the relaunch of our site on a different CMS platform. And we were asking these questions about making sure that everyone's clear on their responsibilities and jobs. And most of us were like, yeah, absolutely, I know what I'm doing. But then 2 people on the team, one of our QA people and one of our senior engineers, both were like 2s. And we said, well, that's interesting. What do you think? He was like, well, I don't see how my role fits into this, or I don't see how this person's role fits into us. And that made us stop and take a step back and realize that a couple of us had kind of driven the meeting towards what we already knew we were supposed to be working on. And we hadn't taken that time to acknowledge that we were all coordinating, that we were all able to productively use our time towards that goal. We agreed on what we were doing. That's why we're on this section of questions rather than the baseline, like, do we understand what the goal is? Common follow-up to that would be to quickly ask someone to restate it in their own language, and then you'll real quick determine whether everyone actually does agree. But this process was able to let us regularly, and as part of our ongoing meeting rhythm and culture, check our assumptions and check what we had been accomplishing in the meeting and determine places where we really weren't aligned on what we were doing. It made us a more effective team. Excuse me. Once you know a goal, you can begin to prioritize tasks. In another role at a later company, I had the incredible privilege to work on a couple projects that were funded by Knight Foundation grants. And one of the interesting things that they did at the end of these projects was that they would get people, representatives from the different teams that had been working on projects from that grant cycle, and bring them together for a workshop around human-centered design and do exercises to make sure that we were able to kind of send off our projects that we had done for clients or newspapers or organizations and leave them with some kind of backlog of ideas and meta conversation around what we had built. And they had this interesting workshop that was run by a group called the Luma Institute that ran through a whole bunch of different techniques for prioritizing and for taking a large list of things that we could be working on, like that backlog of issues in Gutenberg, and finding ways to focus ourselves. The one that is depicted here, this is a picture of a book that the Luma Institute put out called Innovating for People. And it's an exercise called bullseye diagramming. The gist and the way that I've used it most effectively is if you're in a room together, you can sit up there and you can draw some circles on a whiteboard. Write down all of the tasks that you could be working on sticky notes, and then give people those sticky notes as a group and tell them to group them closer towards the center, the more important or the more high priority that task is. Except the sticky notes cannot overlap. Because we've all been on projects where you know that if you had a bunch of sticky notes representing a bunch of tasks, you'd stick them all on top of each other right in that middle and be like, every single one of these, yeah, we got to do all of this, and we got to do it by Sunday. That's not realistic. And so by forcing yourself with a contrived exercise to take that step back and to say, well, these two things can't both be in the middle, or if they are, then this one certainly can't. How do we agree about what rings these go into? And then once you've come to some sort of stability on that, once people have taken a step back and they're looking at the board and nothing's really moving, then you actually might have some agreement around what the team as a group thinks is the key priority. Another exercise that was introduced in those workshops was an impact effort matrix. This is one that I actually see a lot. It's the notion that the bullseye diagram basically is one-dimensional. Things are either closer to the center or farther away. this is a XY plane. You have a notion of how impactful something is, whether something's going to make a big change to your product or to your process or to your success. And then there's effort. We're used to estimating effort as developers. That's the main thing that we will be doing if we're planning out a sprint. We'll be tasking out and saying, oh, I think this is really big. We might need to break this down into smaller chunks. Impact is an interesting one because there's things that can be extremely impactful that we don't regularly think about in terms of the long-term benefit that they'll bring to the project. Tech debt frequently is an area that falls into this category. And once you graph them in this way, once you take things and say, I'm going to put them on a board, and this one is really high impact, but it's pretty easy. And this one it's pretty high impact, but it's going to be really hard. Then you start to get these quadrants. And the way that you can break this down is you can take the impact and effort graph and separate it into 4 sections. If it's low effort and high impact, that's an easy win. That's something that you can pull in as sprints allow, that's going to make a big change, that's going to make things better. And it's going to be really satisfying. Those are the ones that's like, yeah, I got to check a bunch of stuff off this week. It feels good. Big bets, big refactoring, replatforming, things that could be really transformative technologically and from a business standpoint, but they're going to take a lot of time to execute. Low effort and low impact is incremental stuff. There's always tons of these. There's just like the paper cuts, the little things on your team that frustrate and slow you down on a regular basis that you can and should pull in progressively as you're working. And then the high effort and low impact section is what we would call a money pit. Those are those boondoggles where you spend a lot of time working on something and it doesn't really move the needle at all, and you think, what could we have been doing with those hours instead? The problem with this is that we're very bad at estimating both of these dimensions. We as humans, and particularly as software developers, I would say, routinely, and this has been proven in a number of studies, overestimate our impact and underestimate how hard it's going to be to achieve. Like, I've definitely sat in those meetings and be like, yeah, seems reasonable. I can probably knock that out in an afternoon or two, and then a week later, I'm sitting there at my desk in the middle of the night going, oh no. We've all been there. So the graph really looks much more like this. The conclusion of the project manager from whom I stole these graphics, Itamar Gilad, is that this model is broken and we should throw it away entirely because we tend to only have a very small number of things that are truly low effort and a very small number of things that are truly high impact. And we're also very bad at measuring impact long term and coming back to and validating those changes over time. And there's a number of things that are loss generators where it's not even a money pit, like it takes us back, it moves us farther away from our goal. I don't think that the model is entirely flawed because every model is reductive and every tool that we can use, all of these techniques that I'm sharing today are on their own imperfect models of reality and imperfect solutions to a very complicated problem. And more importantly, there's very useful established ways to mitigate these sorts of risks and these effects that we're actually quite used to. When I was preparing for this talk, I had the fun realization. I had never noticed in all my years at that company that there was actually a copyright line on this little laminated card. And it fell out of an old bunch of files as I was cleaning my office. And I was looking at it and said, oh, that's interesting. You know, they're all either professors or organizational researchers or business school faculty or all three. But one name stood out to me, Hirotaka Takeuchi, I believe to be the same person who wrote this article in the Harvard Business Review back in '86, which coins the use of a term scrum to describe this progressive notion that if you correctly hand off tasks within a group, you're going to be more productive. The way that you get away from the fallacies of believing in the impact effort matrix is by iterating and measuring. This is what we do with Agile. This is what we do with a lot of these other processes and other schools of work and thought that we use as a team. It's built into our systems. So what does this all tell us about working on open source? Because I think as anyone who's actually contributed to WordPress or another large-scale project would believe and attest, the way that we behave in a group, in a small room, in an office, particularly if we're all employees of the same company, is very different from how things work when we're part of a giant, multinational, global group of diverse individuals working on a platform like this. I would argue that all of these rules actually still apply. The thing about open source that is different is that we have even more diverse perspectives and diverse backgrounds, and so we're going to see disagreements and we're going to see differences of opinion about priority more. But if we are able to define some ways that we can work together productively as a team, the potential benefit of that is commensurately even greater because we are bringing the power of so many more minds to bear on a problem. That's the entire premise of open source. This notion that we're better together, that we're better sharing, and we're better accepting input from outside. I had a fantastic conversation during lunch with someone who divides their time between the WordPress and the Drupal community. A lot of these sort of like us and them things that we talk about in the open source space in particular are entirely false dichotomies. We should be spending a lot more time looking at the web and the open web in particular as a platform where we are generally trying to solve very similar goals. And we could be doing a much better job of borrowing from each other and saying, well, I think the way that their governance structure is set up actually does a great job at mitigating potential conflicts of interest. But I think that the usability of this thing over here, or the accessibility that this project prioritizes, are things that we should really strive towards. You can look around and you can figure out the best attribute for each individual dimension of your product. And there's nothing stopping you from reaching out and asking to those groups, like, hey, how has this been working? Have you been finding this to be effective or not? I had the idea for this talk in particular because of all of the fear, uncertainty, and doubt, or FUD as we sometimes call it, around the launch of WordPress 5.0 and the Gutenberg editor. There was a tremendous amount of concern in the community, and there still is a lot of frustration in many parts of the internet around the launch of this new editor. And to me, that speaks to a fundamental failure for us as a project to accurately communicate the goal that we were striving for with Gutenberg. I believe that I read, I forget if it was a tweet or a blog post from Matt Mullenweg at one point about how when you have a platform that powers this many sites of this many types of business and individual practice and small journalistic organizations all the way up to some of the biggest companies in the world, if you recognize that there's an area that you can do better, it's hard to let that sit. There's almost a mandate for you to be trying to make that change and make that push forward towards something that you believe to be, in the long term, going to benefit the community a tremendous amount. This is exactly what happened with the block editor. Where we were very comfortable with it. We were very, I'd say, complacent as all of these new platforms that were springing up alongside WordPress started to experiment with new directions in editing, new directions in how content within a page gets managed and laid out. Even within the WordPress ecosystem, the explosion of page builders suggests the exact same problem. There was a challenge that we as a community were being told from all sides was important to solve by the number of different solutions that were springing up. And I think that it was important for WordPress as a whole to reinvent itself and to take a stand and say, we need to modernize this. We need to make this something that we can build upon going forward to keep this platform being such a resource for all of the different people that work with it. That goal was stated at times throughout the process, that notion that we're not changing for change's sake. We're changing because we feel an imperative to improve, to benefit the community that we have already. But we didn't do a good job of saying that. We didn't do a good job of regularly and kindly and openly communicating where we were coming from on that. Another issue that sprung up around Gutenberg was the very late-breaking realizations about some of the accessibility shortcomings that it had, and a lot of frustration within the accessibility team and the accessibility community around the sense that these concerns were being overlooked. I could have put documentation up there as well. I felt that we did not have nearly enough documentation to launch, but it wasn't necessarily a priority because there was so much to do in other regards. I think that this was not necessarily a goal issue, but a process issue, because we had the sense that we wanted to build something accessible. I don't believe anyone on the project would have said, like, I know, I don't care about that. I don't think that's an important thing for the web. It's clearly something that we have to be doing. And we have excellent, excellent people in the community who can identify and teach and train and share how to build an accessible site. And we have very good developers, hundreds of people collaborating on Gutenberg. But there wasn't a good process in place to make sure that new features and new tickets were being vetted and were being tested in the right way. And that lack of process, that lack of those checks, meant that there were a number of things that we missed over the development cycle that were popping up at the very end, and that were probably, I would say, I can't speak for the Gutenberg core team itself, but I would suspect that it was frustrating to look back on their work and to realize that things had been missed that could have been not missed had we done a better job of collaborating as a team. I think that within WordPress, we're actually have gotten to a point where we're very siloed in the different components and the different groups that we have in our different Slack channels. I have a very hard time personally as a maintainer of the REST API staying abreast of all of the changes in Gutenberg because there's so much that's happening. And unfortunately, there's ways where that can lead you to kind of step back and introduce difficulty in working together between these groups that are really trying to solve the same problem. This sort of process issue also stems from a roles confusion around leadership. And there's been an interesting push from Matt and others to broaden the number of people that have the ability to commit code into WordPress and to make commit more of a sort of mark of trust of someone who is doing work already and less of a badge of leadership. Previously, we had a situation and a structure in which there were a small number of lead developers who made most of the calls about the long-term vision of the product. Matt's now the product owner and the vision holder predominantly, and we're trying to get many more people involved in commit so that we don't end up bottlenecking these changes that we want to make on a small number of people. But that does leave this question of who else is there to stand in for the leadership. And I know that people like Josefa, the executive director of the WordPress project, and other folks are working on solutions to this. And there have been a number of other community initiatives to try to figure out what we could do around clarifying what leadership looks like in WordPress right now. But it tends to feel like an ongoing open question. And I think that that's something that we'll continue to get clarity and feedback from on the people that are leading the project as we go forward. But, wrong way. But as we continue to clarify these roles and to try to make sure that the burden of actually moving code into WordPress is spread around more folks, and that we can get a broader and more global and more truly representative audience of people involved on all parts of it, not just design and development, but documentation, testing. That way, we're going to have more people in the room who could potentially step into some of these leadership roles long term. I think that it's important for us to start thinking about what WordPress looks like in 5 to 10 years and what sort of what a friend of mine calls a succession plan for open source is. In the meantime, some changes that we have been making as a group that I've been seeing to be very productive are increases around how well things are documented in terms of meetings and process. A meeting without an agenda is a very ineffective meeting, and this is something that I personally actually really struggle with as a maintainer of the REST API because it takes time to put together an agenda and to post notes, and we've been very bad about it. And that has impacted very negatively our ability to bring in other people because it's hard for someone who isn't regularly in the channel or isn't regularly looking at track on their own and looking at our backlog of tickets to understand what the team is trying to focus on and what the priorities for the current release are. If we want to be really effective in our roles shepherding this part of WordPress, we need to, and I need to get better at planning out the meetings, making sure that note takers are clear, making sure that things get posted, because that communication and posting on our internal, if you're not familiar with the development of WordPress, we have make.wordpress.core/ and then a whole bunch of other things. There's make.wordpress.org/ and then core and docs and other sections, what we call P2s. They're little micro WordPress sites that we use to share information across the team. And these kind of microblogs and these meeting notes and meeting minutes and meeting agendas are a really useful way for people that are all over the world, geographically disparate, maybe not in the right time zone to attend a meeting. They can still follow what's going on if we do a good job about making sure that we produce all of these additional pieces of information. And it's something that we have to do and we have to get better at to tap the global audience that this platform has obtained, and to make sure that as the audience continues to expand all around the world, that we're leaving that door open and telling people it actually matters to us what you think. You don't have to be in our time zone. You don't have to be available at this time on a Thursday in order to participate in this. We would love your input and your opinion wherever you are. Similarly, it's a great way for us to document the outcomes and the action items, and to say, you know, in this meeting we determined that these 3 tickets are the things we really want to focus on for the next cycle, and that leads into whatever the stated goal of the release is in this way. We're a remote community. We're all coming from different backgrounds. The dialogue is predominantly happening in English, but it's also happening in hundreds of other communities and dozens of other languages all over the world. It's very easy for us to both silo inside our own communities, but also to not take that extra moment that we need when we are participating in a group shared channel to understand where someone's coming from and what their background is. Most of the debates that I've seen inside the WordPress community fail at this very basic level of people forgetting to always assume the good intent of the other people involved in the discussion. And by assuming good intent, by taking that moment to say, oh, this person seems to be saying that what I have built is horrible and should never be launched, but maybe that means that they have a different perspective. Just thinking off the top of my head, looking at something like Gutenberg, there's so many ways you can come at it. Some people have sites with thousands of users. Those are going to fall down in performance in different ways than sites with a very small number of users, but millions of posts and taxonomies. Performance issues, scalability issues, user interface issues, there's a lot of room for improvement across the board because there's so many different ways to use this product. And if someone is saying this absolutely doesn't work, the correct response is not, well, it does for me, because we've all been there. We've all been in that situation where you're like, oh, I've got this bug report, but it's working fine. It's working fine on my computer. That's only the first part of the problem. You have to then really take a step back and say, well, people we aren't acclimated and attuned to producing good bug reports, to saying like, this doesn't work for me because these are the sorts of sites that I maintain, they have this number of users, they have this business purpose, and if the product is launched as it is, then all of the businesses that I support are going to fail. You know, we don't have that habit of putting all of that context out there and being open about where we're coming from on things, which tends to make us more defensive. But by and large, particularly within Gutenberg and within WordPress and other projects that I've had the pleasure of working in, when a complaint or a concern has been voiced and has been met with, thanks for bringing that up, I'd love to know more about the context, that conversation immediately shifts to a different tone and becomes more collaborative and becomes more about how we can leverage these different perspectives we have on a problem and figure out a way to work together to make them better. Because I really don't believe that certainly anyone at an event like this is here to undermine the whole. We're not here to sap WordPress from within and bring it down around us. We're here to make it better. We're here because we use it for ourselves, we use it for others. We have found this community to be of benefit to us in some way. That's why we participate in it. And it's why we really owe it to ourselves to be more open about why we believe the things that we do, and more open to thinking about how other people might be coming at these same problems with a different perspective. There's a model of the evolution of history and of learning in general, which is dialectical. The notion is that you never learn anything new by consistently being confronted with the same thing over and over again. You only learn something new when you are confronted with something that is different, that does not match our worldview. If we take the time to understand that difference, to understand the reasons that another perspective has been constructed and presented to us, we can synthesize those two different worldviews into our own new worldview as we ourselves grow. I think that we should all continue to grow. I think that we do all continue to grow. And I'm really excited to see what this project and this community does in the future. I would also very much encourage everyone to come to Contributor Day to see how they might be able to get involved. Even if you've never written a line of code, there is so much that you could bring to this conversation with your perspective, your business, your needs, and your understanding of how these things get used in practice. And we would love everyone to be a part of that. Thank you.
All right, if you have a question, let me know and I'll bring the mic to you. Anyone?
I will also accept heckling in the spirit of the talk.
Kadam, I think that your whole approach is wrong and you should feel bad.
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah, no problem. I'm here for you. So one of the things that I see happen a lot that I was curious if you could speak to is the sense that you oftentimes get people that have arguments because they're talking about two totally separate things within the same space. And there's numerous examples in the WordPress project where you see people arguing around each other instead of like constructively about the same thing. How can we identify those moments, and how do we like maybe help bring a more constructive conversation when that happens?
That's a good question. Do you have a particular example that you might cite?
You need a list? I've got 20.
Hit me with one. It'll help focus the conversation.
So I think one that is pertinent to this conference this year has been the auto updates conversation, right? Where you see a lot of people having conversations around each other about different aspects, but not really maybe having the same conversation. That would be one example. Gutenberg, it happened all the time. Those are the sorts of things that I'm thinking of.
That's a good point. That is a difficult question. I think that the times that we do that well are when we branch the issue early and we try to be clear about defining the two problems that we're trying to solve if we're talking about two different things. I saw in Gutenberg a couple of occasions where there were questions about the efficacy of a particular interface or the accessibility of a particular interface, and simultaneous questions about whether that was the right interface at all. And we were able to sort of separate those discussions in a couple of times into one conversation about what the ideal right interface for a particular type of tag selector or something might be. And I think that there's ongoing conversations there. And then there were separate threads around how to take what we had and to make it more acceptable and more scalable and improve it in place. That's not necessarily an easy thing to do with the auto updates conversation. And regrettably, I missed this morning's panel, so I'll have to go and check up all of the notes on that afterwards. But I think that defining our terms is always a positive thing. And if we're saying this doesn't work when we scale, you have to say, this is what I mean by scale. This is the number of users or the complexity of posts. I forget the name of the post, but there's a particular post that got used as a routine example of front-end performance on Gutenberg because it had tons of blocks and content in it. And when you loaded it, initially in the project, it would actually crash the editor because it was too complex and too big. And so that became kind of a benchmark that people were able to work towards. If we do a good job of defining those terms and saying, I think that we have a problem with this, then that gives the other person the opportunity to say, oh, well, we agree on that. I'm talking about this other thing. And then you can ideally, and hopefully, and I don't know to what extent this would be accurate or applicable in this particular example, hopefully start having multiple parallel conversations rather than one muddled single conversation. Couple.
Hey, Kadam, great talk. Thank you. So you mentioned earlier a couple of practical things that could be done, like setting agendas for team meetings and posting notes for team meetings. And yesterday I attended a panel on organizing Contributor Day and things we could do to improve on Contributor Day. And one of those ideas was making them more thematic, having a goal, a common goal that teams could collaborate across. And I'm wondering, this seems to be a common theme now emerging, what else can we do to align our goals better and to start introducing more processes? Any ideas?
Yeah. The contributor day question's a fun one because I agree. I've seen contributor days that were explicitly focused around, for example, documentation or a particular area to be generally very successful because it was easier for people to sort of limit the fire hose of things they could be working on and work through that prioritization exercise and say, well, these are the things that are small enough and relevant enough to our shared goal that I can actually tackle them today. I think that the frustrations that I've had with Contributor Day are usually either around venue Wi-Fi or sort of artificial divisions between teams. I think that one of the most productive uses that we have when we're all in a room together is being able to have those face-to-face conversations that we don't get the opportunity for online to break down artificial divides between, for example, the REST API and Gutenberg, which really are two sides of the same coin. Gutenberg is built on top of the REST API, and we have a strong need to continue to be available to that team. And there were a number of contributor days where we were at completely different tables and they were treated as like completely separate things. And this was partially a result of how the focuses were defined. But I think it made it hard for us to break down some of those silos, and it made it hard for us to figure out whether we were working on tickets that were actually going to converge towards the same pieces of functionality. That doesn't really answer your question. It's just me pontificating about Contributor Day. I'm sorry. I would be curious, and I'd love to chat later to see whether you have any thoughts about it. I don't know that I have anything really cogent off the top of my head, hence the babbling. So, I think this guy back here.
Hi, I love the idea of this mark of like expertise or worth as opposed to this badge of leadership idea, but how do you move people in that direction, particularly when they've been in leadership roles in a long time and sometimes their title is even director or something like that, and you may bring more expertise to the table than they do, but they're not going to get on board easily.
In what context are you asking that question? Can you elaborate?
So I'm thinking about more internal teamworks, like within organizations or companies, because I think the exact same concepts could apply.
Yeah. So in projects, I have a bit of a different perspective on this because I'm predominantly over the past 6 years or so, mostly been coming in as an outside consultant. And that's a different equation because you're treated with a little bit more weight, like because the people in the company have paid for you to come in. And so there's a sort of implicit theory, at least, that you might be bringing something to the table that hasn't been present before, and so that they should take heed of what you say. But I think that also does a disservice to the teams on the client side that really do understand and know their project and their client base and their business. In terms of bringing someone along, in the open source space, the argument that I've heard is that it's always better to give someone commit earlier because it's a lot easier to revert a change and take away someone's commit than it is to bring someone along after they've not necessarily, if they had that initial impetus to join the community deflected in a way. And that works better on some projects than others, but it makes me very, very much in favor of continuing to expand the contributor and committer pool in WordPress. I think that within a company project, I've definitely benefited from the times when people that weren't necessarily on the developer team have come in and tried to contextualize the work we were doing. I think it's frequently been more important than our sort of longstanding sense of the technical side of things, because we get very much in the weeds around the nuances and the architectures of our systems, and it can be very beneficial to have someone, regardless of their role, come in and check those assumptions. But I definitely don't have enough experience managing a team to be able to give a better answer about how to encourage people to participate in that conversation and to bring them along. That's a different kind of organizational challenge that I haven't had the opportunity to tackle yet. I think there's one question in the back and one up here, and then I think we've got time for, I think, one more? One more. So.
I am very much a fan of the assuming good intent. I am curious if you have an experience or an example or a general thought on how to turn that around. If you have had, maybe some past experiences where someone felt like, hurt, basically, they're having a hard time getting to the point of assuming everyone's good intent on a team.
It's hard. That's actually caused me to be severely burned out on contributing. I think there's a couple particular occasions that I can think of where the way that work that I did in the community was received that made it really hard for me to continue to want to engage. And it took a couple of years, and it took seeing how other people were taking and using and building upon that foundation we laid for me to have the confidence to come and step back up and to start being a stronger participant in it. It's a hard thing to do. I think that it's an iterative process. You're not going to turn the other cheek and immediately be able to engage with someone productively. I think there's no shame in taking a step back and walking away and avoiding the conversation until you feel like you can have it in a better emotional place. I definitely don't think anything positive has ever come from snap reactions or snapping at someone because I've disagreed with them. That tends to make things worse. So I think that it's very important when we work on a big project to leave time to protect ourselves and to guard ourselves from emotional overinvestment and burnout. Not 100% aligned with what you asked, I think.
It's still very nice. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all.
everybody. If we can all get seated, we're going to start the next session. Congratulations. This is the last regular session of WordCamp US. If you could please silence all of your cell phones, that would be great. Move into the center so people can fill in. If anyone has any additional accessibility needs, please come to the front and chat with our room manager up here. In the interest of time, please hold all of your questions until the end. Any more extensive conversations you'd like to have with our speaker, please follow up with him after the talk. If you have not already picked up your t-shirt, please go to the swag table in the sponsor hall ASAP after this talk is done. So it's the table in the opposite corner from where you walk in. Also, please consider going to Contributor Day, which is tomorrow. If you are not a developer or you haven't contributed before and you're nervous about this, please don't. There are many, many, many ways to contribute to WordPress. Some of them have to do with code, some of them don't. And there are lots of ways to contribute. If you feel nervous and would like to chat with me afterwards about this, please feel free to flag me. I'll still be running around with this red shirt for a little bit afterwards. All right. And with that, I'm here to introduce Carl Alexander, who is a PHP developer from Montreal. He shares a lot of his passion for advanced programming topics and also memes on his website, where he publishes on a regular basis. So he is truly both building WordPress and using WordPress. He's also been a WordPress Montreal organizer since 2010, and he's here today to talk about how to beat technical writer's block, which admittedly I can say is a very scary thing for many of us. So, Carl, thank you.
To turn this on. All right. Okay, so today we're going to talk about technical writer's block. Like the lovely Bet just introduced me, I'm Carl Alexander. You can find me on Twitter at TwigPress. I also write articles at carlalexander.ca. This talk, all my talks have companion articles, this one included, so you can find extra or just go over it at your own leisure, on your own time after this talk. You can just go and read it. I'm also going to share it on Twitter later. So we see a lot of our developer peers write wonderful articles, and we're always thinking, oh, can I do something like that? And for me, especially, the first person I think about when I'm thinking of developers is this lovely individual. If you don't know who that is Tom McFarlane. He's been writing about programming since 2010, and he writes daily. He's written, it blows my mind because his archive has 385 pages. That's an insane amount of writing. For now he writes about 3 times a week, but for a long time he was writing 5 times a week. So every weekday he would have a new article out. And oftentimes if you're Googling something, how to do something with WordPress, his site will come up. So when I used to read Tom's blog, I was often thinking, maybe I should do the same thing. Maybe I should write. And the first thing that all of us hit when we're thinking about writing is writer's block. You know, what am I going to write about? That's obviously the first thing that you're thinking about. It's like, what am I going to write about? And also, oftentimes you write and then you're like, no, this is poop. I don't like it. I really don't like it. I don't like what I've written. So it's not just about not having something to write. It's not being happy with what you've written. And this is something that happens to both new writers, but also experienced writers like myself. We all go through phases where it's harder to write. We don't get ideas as easily, or we're not too sure what we're doing. And really, it can be really frustrating to be in that kind of writer's block phase, because it makes us want to stop writing. We're like, why should I keep writing? This is really frustrating. I don't know what to talk about. What I'm writing doesn't feel really good or great. I can attest that, at least for me this year, that's a lot about how I felt about the things I've written. I'm just I don't feel this is the best thing that I could have done, or things like that. But it's really more of a mindset than anything else. I also want to just briefly warn that this is really about technical writer's block. So I don't want to really talk about what your goals are for writing. You know, are you trying to build your own personal brand? Are you trying to start a business? Are you trying to do that? That's not really what I'm worried about here, or what I want to talk about. So I won't be talking about those types of things specifically. So, what to write about? That's probably the most frustrating thing about writer's block, because we don't know what to write. We feel like everything's been written, and we shouldn't be writing it again, or we don't know what to write. But what we fail to realize is that there are a lot of sources of material that you can write technical articles about, and we just don't think of them as sources of material. And that's really what I want to go over a lot, is like these different sources that we don't always think about. The first one is a problem that we faced. So each day, we all spend time coding. At least I spend a good amount of time coding. And I'm always looking for answers to problems. And most of the time, I end up on Stack Overflow or something like that. And sometimes we don't even find the solution that we're looking for. And the fact of the matter is that there's probably other people doing the same search that you are doing and aren't finding the answers that they're looking for. So you should write about it. You should definitely write. If you solve a problem that you couldn't find an answer to, you should definitely write about it. And the good thing about that is that it's so much easier to write about that. You've faced that problem, it's fresh in your mind, and you're also better able to empathize with other developers because, again, the problem is fresh. So it's something that you were frustrated about, that you spent like maybe all day, all week trying to solve, and it's at the forefront of your mind, and it's at the forefront of what pain that you had and what you were trying to solve. So it's really, really good for writing articles because you're really able to empathize with the person that's going to read your article. Another good one is something that you're working on. So we all have a lot of us have side projects, or we're working on things at work, and they're interesting. You're building something, and you're like, this is so cool. I love what I'm doing with this. Those are great things to write about because you might have tried a new technology, especially like nowadays, we're doing things with JavaScript, we're doing things with PHP. The PHP version of WordPress is increasing, so you can try new things that you couldn't do before, and that's really, really cool. You can also have used a new concept. This is really useful for me because I spend a lot of my time teaching computer science topics to WordPress developers. So I'm always thinking, oh, cool, could I use this in a WordPress project, this concept, and how does it translate? What were the problems that I had translating that concept? And that's really, really good. And especially for those kinds of things, they're not things that I can necessarily do at work. So I can just do it on my own time, and then I can write about it and share it with the rest of the community. This one, I really don't see a lot of people doing, but I wish more people did. So post-mortems. So it's kind of a bit the same idea that we were talking about trying new things and sharing them. But this is like really useful because it's technology or concepts that you've used like in production. So you've put a serious amount of effort trying to get it working. You've actually most likely got it working, or if you didn't get it working, that's still useful too because you put a lot of energy, like your agency or the group of developers spent a lot of time trying to get this to work. So you can discuss what went well, what didn't, and honestly, this is super valuable for other developers. Like, I love reading those types of articles, especially, if you think about like Dropbox or like big startups, they'll say, hey, we tried this technology and then we had to move away from it, or like, here's what worked, what didn't work. And this is a really, really useful way for me to see, okay, is this a type of technology that scales? Is it the type of technology that will solve the problem that I think it will solve? So that's really useful for me as a developer. And it's also super valuable if, I used to be a project manager as well, and it's super useful when you're trying to evaluate what you're gonna use for a project. So if you're like trying to use, and this can apply not just to like technologies and things like that, it can apply to a plugin. Like you've used like WP Rocket and it didn't do what you wanted, or you used this other caching plugin. And those are really valuable because when you are planning for a project, you're planning what you're gonna use like what technologies you're going to use, it's an investment. It's a serious time investment on top of the project. You don't want to realize halfway through the project that this isn't going to work, and then you have to gut that technology out, or like just spend so much time getting it to work the way you want it to. So postmortems are super useful for that, and honestly, I wish I saw more of them. Answering questions. I love this one as well. That's actually, everyone's asking questions online. That's why Stack Overflow is like super good. And what you can do is you can just go on Stack Overflow and look at a question, and you pick one, and then you write about it. And the fun thing about that is that that's how I actually got started with writing. There's a lovely developer named Nathaniel. He works for HumanMade. He didn't work for HumanMade at the time. But he had a question on Stack Overflow. How do I do this with WordPress? How do I use this concept, actually, to bring all these different things together? He was asking, how do I use the single responsibility principle with WordPress? And I was like, cool, I really want to write about that, actually. I don't want to write it on Stack Overflow. I'm going to write a blog post about it. And that's how I got started. And there's a lot of places that you can go to find questions to answer. I've mentioned Stack Overflow. That's a really easy one. But you can also go on Reddit. Reddit, like there's the Pro WordPress group, Advanced WordPress group on Facebook is a really good place. People are asking questions. And then there's also, in real life, you're going to go to WordCamps like this or meetups, and people are going to ask questions, and they'll be like, how can I solve this? And you're like, oh, I'm sure somebody's written about that. And you Google real quick, and then you realize nobody has. Well, those are opportunities for you to find something to talk about and to write. This one also is one that I cherish a lot. Things you wish people knew about. And that's like the essence of why I started writing. I wanted to teach computer science topics to WordPress developers because I felt that people should know about this. And I couldn't find anybody to write on it. So and the reason for that is that because it's not like a hot topic. So nowadays, the really hot topics is like, how can I do this with React? Or how do I get Gatsby working with WordPress and GraphQL and all that stuff? But computer science topics, not the sexiest topic to write about, but I thought this needs to be written about. And that's just how I started. And even like one of the first talks that I give too was just a basic security talk. I was like, there's nobody that's written about how to just discuss basic security concepts to WordPress people, not at a technical level. Just explain like what are attack vectors, why do they come from, what can you do? Those are not things that people write about, but they're important. And they're not the hottest topic, but they're important. And that was really a strong inspiration for me for getting material. So, like I said, a lot of developers in the WordPress community don't have computer science backgrounds, so that was like super important for me to just get started. But also, I really thought about, I like this idea of past self, future self. So in this case, I like thinking about the past person. So a good way to think about this too is, okay, I know this concept now, but when I didn't know about it, what do I wish was available to me that I could have read and helped me with that? And that actually inspired a lot of crazy articles that I've written. Like I wrote one on PHP strings. I wrote just only on PHP strings, and I wrote some on regular expressions. I wrote some on computer command line. Especially the command line, I don't know about you, but I was super scared of command line initially. Like I was just like, command line's scary. I don't know what's going on. I'm just typing words. I don't know what these words mean. And it's like -A/Z. And I'm like, I don't know what's happening. I wish somebody had something for me to just make it less scary. And nobody did, so I just wrote something about it. And that's really important to think about, is your past person is, what do I wish I could have read or somebody had written about when I was trying to learn something? So that kind of goes over really kind of material that you want to think about, like different sources of material that you might not have thought about for writing technical articles. But another aspect that I think is not talked about as much when you think about writer's block is your overall writing process. Because yes, you need things to write about, but really what drives the entire thing is how you write, like what is your writing process. And that's why it's as important of a topic almost. It's almost as important as where you get your ideas, because you can get all the ideas in the world, but if you can't write or you don't have a writing process that helps you write, it can be really, really hard to even get those ideas into the written word. So the one that I think is really important is trying to develop a regular writing habit. And the reason is because you don't want to wait for inspiration to hit you, because that never happens. The reality is that it's better to try to write a bit every day. And in fact, I think it's super important to write a bit every day, because it gets you to, think about just writing. Not thinking about, okay, this is good, this is bad, I don't like what I've written. It's just, I'm just taking time and I'm just writing. And you get more familiar with it. And you also get used to the idea that you're just writing something. And you're not necessarily writing something that you'll publish, although most of the time for me I do, but it just gets me used to the idea of just writing things and getting used to the idea that what I write today might not be great, but the end result will be great once I just keep going at it. And that's really, really important, because you don't want to just wait till you have that idea and then write, because that can be fleeting and it doesn't really help you kind of build that habit. Another one that I find interesting, and that's maybe a bit more specific to me, but I think a lot of people get intimidated with the idea of writing. So you get blocked and you're like, I feel I have to write a lot. If I didn't write 1,000 words today, I don't feel I've done things properly. And then you're like, well, I don't know. I don't even know what to write about. Now I have to write 1,000 words. That's like super scary. And you're like, oh, maybe I should not write. And I think that's something that you should experiment with your writing habit. There's different ways to think about this. You can think about it in the sense of, I'm going to do it at a specific time of the day. So I might write every day from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m., and that's it. It doesn't matter how many words I've written. It's just I sat down and I wrote a bit. You can also say, I just want to write 1 hour a day. So it doesn't matter when you do it, you just kind of do it. You can also do how many words per day. And that's the one I use personally. But it's also the one, when I was researching this, that's also like, if I can think of a more prolific writer, I can't think of anybody else than Stephen King or Stephen King? I don't know how to pronounce his name. But he writes 2,000 words a day, and that's his process. And I think it's important to give you an idea of how this played out, how this might play out for you by talking about how this played out for me. So when I started writing, I was following this guy named Nathan Barry, and he was saying, I write 1,000 words per day. And I was just like, whoa, okay, that's a lot. And I would try to do it, and it was just like frustrating, and I just like I couldn't write 1,000 words per day, and you feel like a failure, and you feel like you can't do it. But really, when I thought about it more, I was like, what I really need to do is just write regularly. So I actually divided it by 10. I just said, I'm going to write 100 words a day. And that's not a lot. That's not too bad. You can even do 50 if you want. But 100 words a day, if you do it 7 days for the whole week, that's 700 words. And 700 words is usually the size of articles that you want to see online. Like, I write really long articles. They're usually 2,000 words or more. But for most people, 700 words is a good article length. And that's like something that you can get done in a week if you're just doing 100 words a day. And I kind of did that. And then I started doing a bit more. So I did 150. Then I did 300, and then 450. But the thing that's interesting is that I decided that I actually liked writing just a small amount of words. So I started working on multiple things at the same time. So when I was doing 450, it was actually, I was working on 3 different things at the same time and doing 150 words for each. And that's kind of ways where you can just try to play with it and see like how to get, you know, your writing habit to be in a way that's comfortable for you. Because that's really what you want to do, is you want to find a way that will enable you to write regularly. So I want to also talk about writing slowly, because, you know, I don't hear a lot about this idea of writing like 100 words in a day. Everybody's like, no, you got to write 1,000, or you need to get an article out, or you need to do this. But I think there's a lot of benefits to actually taking your time to write. And that's because the essence of writing is actually, it's putting words to our thoughts. So it's like, it's what we're thinking, and we have to find ways to put it into words. So it's actually more of a thinking exercise. And because it's a thinking exercise, we don't realize that what makes it hard to write is when things aren't really clear in our head. So if we're confused about what we're trying to talk about or write about, it's hard to find words to write about. The two things are linked. So the benefits of writing slowly is that it gives you time to think. And that's super useful for me because I can't count the number of times where I was thinking, you know, at the beginning I'm like, you know, often I'm like, this is poop. I don't like what I'm writing. And usually it's just because I'm working on it for a while and I'm thinking about it, you know, in the shower or commuting to, you know, downtown. Like any kind of sort of dead time, you think about things. And you can sometimes think of new ways to approach what you're trying to say or find analogies or other things like that. And I can't even count the number of times that's happened for me. So it's really a really huge benefit of taking your time is that it gives you time to think. The only problem with that is it can take a long time to get articles out. I know, like, for me, because I write things that are like 3,000, 4,000 words, we're talking, even at 150 words a day, we're talking over a month. And sometimes we get kind of sick of it. So it's not without its flaws, but I still wouldn't like write any other way. I think having that time to process, to really like wrap your head around a topic, do research. That's something I also didn't mention, but I have to do a lot of research for my articles. So that's like one of the source of frustration is if you have to write 1,000 words and you have to do all this research about it and think about it, it's just really hard to do all of that at the same time. So it can take a long time to write, but I wouldn't do it any other way because I really like having that time to think about what I'm talking about, what I'm writing about. The last thing that I want to talk about is they're not really specific with writer's block. There are other things that you should keep in mind when you're writing that I think are super important. One of them is always keep in mind that especially for technical articles, there's other ways to solve your problems. It's really tempted, especially for developers, we like to have the way, the answer. I want to know, like, what is the right way to do this? And it's really important to, like, not get into that kind of mindset that what I've done is the way. It's really something, this worked for me. So, like, having the language of, like, this worked for me, it might work for you, like this talk. Like this talk is a perfect example of that. What works for me might not work for you, but there's probably things in there that you'll read and you'll hear and you'll be like, oh yes, like I could use that, or I could do this. So it's really important to always keep that in mind, that there's other ways to do things. And it's not because you're writing about it that it's just the way to do it. I love this picture. You don't know everything. The worst thing you can tell to a developer, like, you do not know the answer to something. Yes, there's a lot of limits to our knowledge. It's super important, especially when you're writing about technical things, to realize that there's limits to things. If you're writing about databases and you're not a DBA or you didn't work on MySQL, there's probably things you don't know. Be honest about it. You know, just say, okay, well, you know, I don't know about this, but this kind of works. So, you know, saying I don't know to me is a sign of strength. I even say that a lot to speakers, especially first-time speakers. They can get scared of like somebody asking a question and not knowing the answer. But really being able to say I don't know is a sign of strength, because it shows that you have the integrity to say I don't know about something, and either I'll look it up or I don't know, and I just simply don't know. And it kind of leads to this next point that I think is super important, is do your best not to be wrong. So it's kind of tied to this, because if you know what your limit is, you can do your best to try to find answers to those questions. So if I don't know about a computer science concept or a design pattern, and I'm not sure if that's how you're supposed to implement it, I do more research. I look things up. I fact check, check Wikipedia, check for articles. Like for example, I had one on, I did a teaching talk, and there's this quote that's misattributed to Einstein, that it's basically, you don't know anything until you can teach it to somebody else. And it's attributed to Einstein, but I couldn't actually find something that said that Einstein had said it. And so I just said it. I'm like, I don't know who this is attributed to, but those are kind of fun examples of that. For technical articles, I love doing proof of concepts. So if you're going to use examples in code examples, make sure they work. You know, take the time, get the code samples working, make sure that your idea is applicable, because there are people that are going to come and read your code, copy those code snippets, and then they're going to come and say, oh, well, this doesn't work. It's time consuming to do that, but it's, again, super important, which is why it ties a lot to the like writing slowly about things. But yeah, that's like kind of the essence of it, is you really want to spend time making sure that what you're saying, if you're going to put something out into the world, I would like it to be something that's as accurate as I can make it. So to wrap it up, the essence of dealing with writer's block is that it's practice. You have to kind of see writing as a habit. It's not something that's going to happen overnight, obviously. You know, if you decide you want to go to the gym or lose weight or things like that, it's all the same thing. It doesn't happen overnight. I know that as adults, we tend to sometimes forget how long we spent learning things, and we expect to learn and be good at things right away, but it takes time. It takes a certain amount of dedication, but it's really about finding the time to get better at it. And when you see it that way, you realize that writer's block isn't so much an issue of a state. Like, it's not a permanent thing. It's more of it's a bump in the road. It's a setback. It's, oh, okay, right now I'm struggling to write stuff, but it won't always be like that. And if I could just keep writing a bit every day, then it'll work itself out in the larger scheme of things. It's the same as if, you know, you're losing weight, you go on vacation, you gain 3 pounds, and you're like, shoot, I didn't want to gain 3 pounds on vacation, but I'll just go back and, you start working at it again. And over time, it gets better and better and better. Thank you. I don't know if there's any questions.
Hey, Carl, Bridget from California.
Hey, Bridget.
So my question is, okay, so you did your 100 words a day, you're finished. What is your approach to editing that content?
Oh, that's actually a really good question. So what's the approach with editing? I tend to do editing. So there's this funny quote from, I want to say Hemingway, I can't fact check right now, but you write drunk and edit sober type of thing. I've always been kind of OCD about editing, so I definitely, again, that's why it's time consuming for me and why the 1,000 words did not work, is I can't write and not edit at the same time. So I can't do that. But that doesn't mean that I don't come at the end and do a larger editing pass. Like I'll just run, in terms of tools, like I usually, there's Hemingway, I think, there's the app, but there's also the website, so you can put it through Hemingway. I use Grammarly, and there's another one, a Pro Writing Aid, I think it's called, that you have to pay for, because I'm trying to get away from Grammarly because they harvest a lot of information from your browser. So, but those are really good tools that you can go through it to like fix tone and things like that. I also do talks in Spanish, so when I do Spanish, I have a Spanish spell checker too that I use. But I try to do it as I'm going and not just at the end. But at the end, you want to do a larger kind of pass at like how the thing flows together. Usually I have notes that I leave in line or like sections that I'm like, I put in square brackets where I'm like, okay, I'm not too sure I like this part. Maybe I'll need to rework it. So that's kind of my editing process.
Hey, Carl, James from Indiana. Thanks for your talk. I have a comment and a quick question. In college, I nearly lost it because of some advice a professor gave to read George Orwell's Rules of Writing, which is excellent. Just a few examples. Never use a metaphor, simile, or other figure of speech when you use what you're used to seeing in print. Never use a long word where a short one will do. And if it's possible to cut a word out, always cut it out. Never use the passive, use the active. And then he breaks his own rules by saying never break any of these rules sooner than say anything outright barbarous. Yeah. So everybody should read that and study that, and then instantly kill your writing. But I just, my question was...
Actually, a funny thing about that is I had to relearn writing because I come from a classical engineering background, so I knew to write reports. Reports are dry and boring. I had to like basically unlearn all of that and try to be more interesting in the writing.
But my question is, if you or anybody else in the room could share like a good workflow or like kind of life hacks to get your thoughts onto paper, like are you dictating using Siri, or do you have like notes on your phone? That sort of thing?
I have kind of I used this app called Draft for writing, but it lets me write in Markdown. But usually my idea for kind of getting, my process for ideas is what we discussed here. Like if I'm working on something, I'm like, this is cool, I'll write down a note. Like I usually have like a drafts section where I'd like just put a fake title, like this concept, or I did this, and I write really briefly, I did this for this project, this was kind of cool, I should write about that. And then I just do it, like the moment I see it, I just do it. And then when if you keep doing that, you'll start having a pool of ideas, and then you can just like come when you're working on your next one, you just like look through them, and if one jumps at you, you just like pick it and go. But I mean, it's not flawless. Like a bit of my struggle this year is I have all these ideas and none of them are really jumping at me right now. So it's like, that's a problem as well. You can have as many ideas as you want, but if you're not really interested about writing about them, or if they don't like stimulate you, it can be like problematic because again, writing is thinking. So if you're like have trouble like thinking about what you want to talk about because it's not interesting to you, then that's a problem as well.
I'm not sure if you covered this, but I've gone to a lot of sessions like this, and one of the things they keep saying is you need to write for SEO, and which really just drives me crazy.
Yeah, so that's
I can see it in technical, but I can't see it in what I do.
So the question's about SEO. I'm the worst person to talk about that because I literally just wrote because I wanted to write about what I wanted to write about. And the joke when I started is like I basically chose a niche within a niche within a niche of WordPress because I'm basically talking to an extreme subset of advanced WordPress developers, and that's who I targeted, and there's no SEO for that. And in general, trying to work for SEO, Again, I don't have enough experience on that, but I don't know how useful it is. It's about your goals, It's what I didn't really want to talk about specifically in this talk, but it's like, if your goal is to drum up business or having it as a funnel lead, then obviously SEO is important because you want people to get to the page and read and things like that. But if your goal is personal branding or just writing or just getting used to writing, because writing is useful just career-wise. Like if you can write well, you can lead well. Like if you want to become like a lead developer, you have to be able to tell people what to do, especially nowadays we're working remotely more and more. We're talking, but we're also writing a lot. And it's really important for developers to be able to write well because it'll translate well to other people understanding what you're trying to do or what you want them to do. It's a bit tangential, but yeah, in terms of SEO, it's really about your goals and what you want. Any other questions? There's one person in front.
Hey, Carl, thank you for a very inspirational talk. Can you tell me what's your take on editing posts after you have published them? Like, I'm asking because, like, I recently migrated, long story short, I have a few posts that I've written, like, a few years ago that I not totally disagree with, but looking at them, I see, like, oh, yeah, why did I write about that?
Sometimes I look at my old stuff and I'm like, oh, this is crap. I didn't explain enough or things like that. I definitely re-edit my I mean, talking about goals, one of the things with my writing is I want my content to be relatively evergreen. So, because, teaching computer science topics the computer science topics concepts are not going to change. WordPress in general has a pretty stable code base, so that's not going to change. So it's just a question of I'll still go back and like edit it. Like for example, I'm slowly adding namespaces to my articles because now you can use namespaces. And I always wrote the articles for the lowest PHP version that WordPress supported. So I wrote the code differently. So I'm like in the process of updating that. But I will keep it evergreen. And one thing that I do that sometimes gets on developers' nerves is I have no publish date. For that reason, because I'm like, I spent a lot of time. Most articles for me take 70 hours to write, with the editing, with the research, with things like that. So I spend a lot of time. I don't want somebody to just come and be like, oh, this was written like 5 years ago, this is useless. Especially about a computer science topic, those topics don't change. Like the strategy pattern was the same when it was invented than it is now. There's no reason for you to be like, oh, this is old, I don't want it. So going back and editing is definitely important for me, but I haven't had to do it so much because if you put a lot of work initially researching, fact checking, like doing all the groundwork, then your stuff just like stays good. Obviously your writing style changes and you're like, ugh, like, but usually I don't rewrite them because of writing style. I'm just, there's going to be weaker articles. It's important to realize when you're writing that you're going to have hits, you're not going to have flops. You're probably going to fail at anticipating the hits, and you're going to fail at anticipating the flops. And, so it's just a question, just keep writing, keep writing, and then some stuff will resonate really well with people, and then some will not. But in terms of writing style, it's just like I'm not really too worried about that. Sorry, I kind of went on. Any other questions? I think that's it. Oh, no, there's one.
Do you keep a backlog of topics, and if so, how do you arrange that? Do you use any tools to organize?
Yeah, so I write in this tool called Draft. I think it's draftin.com. It's kind of it's a nice minimalistic kind of web tool for writing, and you can have like simple folders. So as I was explaining earlier, what I tend to do for ideas is if I think of something that would make a good article, I just jolt it down in that drafts folder. And when I'm picking something next to write about, I just like look through it and I'm like, okay, cool, I want to talk about this, and I write about it. And that's pretty much the extent of my process around that. And honestly, if you keep doing that constantly, like whenever you hit those kind of sources of material that I talked about, you can get a pretty long list of topics really quickly because of that, because there's just a lot of things that are not talked about, and there's things that we take for granted that we know that other people are struggling with and things like that. So there's always stuff to write about from a technical standpoint. Any other questions? Oh, there's one over there.
So my husband's a techie, and I've been trying to get him to stop reading RSS feeds and start writing things instead. So one of the things, I'm a writer myself, but I can't get in his head to write for him. So if any suggestions on how to get all that information that everyone's absorbing, which is really useful information, but it seems like there's a lot of incoming and not necessarily outgoing with people that are technical and or introverted. So I would love some thoughts on for those of us who want to help people get all that great information they have in their head out, how we can help them.
Yeah, I mean that's the part I love, but it's the part that's hard. It's like the habit building part. So you kind of have to figure out what his carrot is. What would make him interested in sharing his information? And that's like super true. Developers don't always want to write. And some specific, some things that I like to talk about that I want to talk more about, for example, is everything like server related. Like if there's a subset of techies that never write about anything, it's system administrators. They don't write they write documentation, but they don't write any articles on like how to set up things or like, and that's like a really arcane kind of like, it's kind of like a database administrator. Like they're really important, they're wizards, and they're wizards without a spell book because they just never write it down anywhere, and they're just like, they just know it, and they're like, oh yeah, don't you know Emacs and Vim and stuff? And I'm like, no, can you please share stuff with us, please? And at least with Stack Overflow, now they talk a bit on Stack Overflow and they'll write things, but I'm like, can you like write about like this entire, how you set up this server or why you did things this way or things like that? But I don't know what their carrot is, but it's always the carrot. For me, it was this idea of I like sharing information. I like helping people. I thought writing would be great. I really wanted that's why I'm a niche within a niche within a niche, because I wanted to write about something specific. I thought it was important that this was said, and that was my carrot. There's a bit of personal branding in there, but that was like the main carrot, was just to get that out. So it's about finding what your husband's carrot is, like what what would make him share information with other people? Because there's advantages to write. I have a talk on teaching, and basically I have to wrap up real quick. But I have a talk on teaching, and basically when you write online, if it can be valuable to write and publish just for the sake of just being hired. Because if you write about stuff online, like especially like Tom is a great example of that. He's gotten so much, he works with Web Dev Studios now, but for 9 years he was a freelancer, and he would get business through that as a developer because you get to know the person. Because writing is thinking, you get to know how the person thinks, how they solve problems and things like that. And just for hiring is hard. Like I've had to hire developers, hiring is hard. You want things that will help you get an idea of who that person is and how they think and solve problems. Writing can be a great way to do that. And then when he's applying for jobs or things like that, or if he's trying to get another job or a specific, or he's trying to go in a specific direction career-wise, writing can be useful for that, because then they can see that he's an expert or that he like really cares about things and how he thinks about them. So that can be like, that could be the carrot. And I have to wrap up now, but thank you.